Okay, welcome to Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy Limited. You can see here, this is our logo, our trademark. So any place, anywhere in the world, you see this logo. Know that this is the logo for Subway Energy Limited, and we train you, we empower you, and we equally employ you, as you will see in the course of this training. Basically, we have a global presence, but our office address is at 42 EXPERICNE Road, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, and we have our head office is in Nigeria. We are in Nigeria, but we have a global presence. Irrespective of the part of the world that you are, this message will get to you. We are in Solar Installation 101. Solar Installation 101. And if you want to know more about us, every other thing about Subway Energy Limited, in which Subway Energy Academy is inside Subway Energy Limited. You can go to your browser and type www.subwaylimited.com. That is our official website. That is our official website. You can see it at the top left hand corner of this video. Then after that, if you want to buy any of our training, if you want to buy any of our training, any of our course, we have a different website that we list all our training courses and other trainings we have in the company. You can go to www.asukas.com. I repeat, if you need this training, the paid version of this training, you can go to www.asukas.com. There you will see all our training, both in the solar industry and other field of human endeavor. For more information, inquiries, comments, and every other thing, you can WhatsApp this number at the bottom part of this screen. For more information, WhatsApp, or you can call +234 8067430921 or +234 7012715632, and we will always be available to address all your issues concerning this course or any information about Subway Energy Limited. Let's take a closer look at Module 1. This is Module 1, in which we want to let you understand more about the company, our services, some of our signature projects, our publications that we have done so far. Who is this training for? how can you benefit from this training? So module 1, introduction, setting the foundation. Basically, you need to understand our services. We are specific here. We are talking about solar system installation. Other services you get to know about in the course of interacting with Software Energy Limited. The very first thing you can see there is solar system consulting services. What I mean by solar system consulting services is any issue relating to solar system, renewable energy, solar system installation, solar system design, solar system maintenance, irrespective of the size. You can consult us and we will be available to respond to you. We are equally into ultra-modern system design. We don't just design small systems, irrespective of the size of solar system you can ever think of, even though you want to power an entire community, a local government area, a country, your supermarkets, anything you can think of when it comes to solar system design. Software Energy Limited can handle that. We are into installation. We give professional touch when it comes to solar system installation. We are equally into maintenance. We maintain the system after installation, or if you have your solar projects that you are looking for professionals to maintain it for you, handle it for you, Software Energy Limited will gladly handle that. We don't only do those things, we train people. We train people both online and offline. For the people who are far away from us, joining our online training will be the best decision you can ever make. For the people who are close to us, we ensure that the very first stage of our training, before you even come for the physical training, is to enroll in our paid online training, because that is where we have all the foundation that we will show you when you come for the physical training. So we train people. We are into sales. When we are talking about sales, we are talking about everything solar, everything power, both electrical and solar. So we are equally into sales. So let's dive into other services that we do apart from solar system design, installation, maintenance, training, consulting, sales. We are into general electrical design, installation and maintenance. A good foundation in the electrical field will always give you an edge when you come to the solar industry. But whether you have the foundation or not, well, the way we design our training, you will be able to professionally understand what we do, and gradually you will understand how to navigate in the industry. So when power generation is your priority, contact us to do it for you in your home. When we say residential solar system installation, we install for you in your house. If you have an office you want to run with solar, we equally do it for you. If you have a business, a school that you want to run with solar, we handle that. Your supermarket, you are spending so much money generating power in your supermarket. Switching to solar will be the best choice. In your church, we handle that. In your filling station, we can professionally design a system, install the system, maintain the system for you, and you have no reason to worry about power again. When we say village, we design system that takes care of the entire power needs of any village, irrespective of the size. So we call it mini grid solar system installation. So if in your community there is no power and you want us to come and install solar for you so that the entire community will be using solar energy, do well to contact Subway Energy Limited to handle that project for you. You are running your own industry and you are spending so much money on power. Subway Energy Limited is the best block that will help you resolve any power related issue in your industry. The next thing we have still in module 1 is know your instructor. Know your instructor. I'm the one that had been assigned to handle this level of the training. We have other instructors in the company, and I remain my humble self, Engineer Asana. I am from Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. I am a results-oriented solar consultant and a computer analyst. When we get to this particular area, maybe how to use computer to solve any of your problem, you get to understand that. I will drill you on computer, anything about computer. Let's not go there. I am a publisher, and as at the time of recording this video, I have been able to author 7 best solar textbooks in the solar industry. A website designer, a content creator, a digital marketer, and an ardent reader. I design the company websites. I write most of the content you see us post online. I run the Facebook ads for the company, and I love reading a lot. I'm here basically to educate you. I am here basically to educate you, to inform you, to mentor you, and to inspire you. In the course of this training, you will be able to have a shift of mindsets on how to go solar and how to profit from the sun. Aims of this training. Aims of this training. Why do we have this training? Basically, this training is to empower and employ you. We want to empower you, and we employ you in the solar industry. But the advice is you have to take this training seriously. You have to take this training seriously. We are equally here to educate end users, aspiring installers, and the general public on the best practices to follow when embarking on any size of solar projects. We have been in this business for decades, and we have seen the ups and downs in the industry, why your solar system installation will fail, how to design system that will stand the test of time. And as such, we are here to educate you. End users most time contribute to fail solar system installation. We are here to educate them on the best practices when going solar. For those people who are aspiring to be installers like us, business owners like us in the solar industry chain, we are here for you. If you are an installer and you have been installing for years, we are here to give you an upgrade in the industry, because if you stay for 3 years, 2 years without updating yourself with new innovations in your industry, you certainly be outdated, and nobody will need your services. And equally, we are here to inform investors and to understand the terrain, and equally know how to navigate in the solar industry. We have people that wants to invest in the solar industry because this is a very lucrative industry, a very lucrative business. So we are here to educate investors. Maybe you don't want to learn how to install. All you are after is to go into the business of solar. We are equally here for you. So participants will learn in a step-by-step approach how to design, install, and maintain any solar projects, hence an increase in employment. With our step-by-step approach that you will see in the course of this training. When you graduate from our training, you will be gainfully employed in the solar industry. Equally, we will show you the hidden secrets in the solar industry and why many solar installations fail will be revealed to you. End users will put in so much money to go solar, most times knowingly or unknowingly, to contractors or professionals. They will do the projects unprofessionally, and the solar system installation will end up failing. So we are here to expose to you the hidden secrets in the solar industry and how you can get rid of failed solar system installation. So actually, who is this training for? Who is this training for? Is this training really for me? That is the question that you are asking yourself. And the answer is yes. Why? If you are living in an area without the conventional electricity, you will agree with me that life will not be easy. If you are running a business and you need power at least 12 hours for the success of your business, you will understand with me that this training will be a turning point in your business. So this training is for the unemployed youths, people that are not employed, men and women, the youths. This training will help you be self-sufficient. This training will help you put food on your table. This training will help you leave fortune for your next generation. Because I have to tell you categorically that there is so much opportunity, there are so much business opportunity in the solar industry. We will talk about the business in the solar industry. So this training is for the unemployed youths, men and women. Women can equally do this business. So for people who depend on electricity for the day-to-day running of their businesses, if you are depending on power to run your electrical loads, your office depends on power for the day-to-day running of the business, certainly this training is for you. If you are living in an environment without power or epileptic power supply, or you pay so much on power, the conventional electricity, you run generator day and night, certainly this training is for you. There are some people that are electricians and they intend to know how to install solar system. Don't bypass this training, because that's your customer that you have been installing conventional electricity. You are his own electrician or her electrician. He or she will certainly need solar system in his or her house, and you have been a faithful engineer. The best person to do that contract is you. So if you are an electrician, there is a gradual shift from using the conventional power to generate electricity in our homes, businesses, communities. Solar is taking over. This is the right opportunity for you to learn how to install solar. We are still talking about who is this training for. If you are undergraduates, a graduate, a job seeker, this training is for you. And if you are passionate about renewable energy, you are passionate, that is where you find joy. If you are working in the industry, you'll be happy. Please, this training is for you. If you are an investor and you intend to invest in the solar industry, please, Software Energy Academy is the best place you can get all the needed information, all the needed the secrets that you need to enable you invest in the solar industry. So please subscribe, follow us, ask us questions, and we'll be glad to work with you, lead you, guide you, educate you We will always be there to respond to your questions. So don't say it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be difficult. We have been doing it before and we will continue doing it. So this training is certainly for you. Equally, this training is for everyone who intends to live a life free from power fluctuation. If you are having an epileptic power supply in your area, please do well to enroll into this training. So some objections I would love to address with you. You might be asking yourself, is actually this training for me? There are some objections that is running in your subconscious mind. Inside of you, you are asking yourself certain questions. So let's dive in and look at some of the questions that you might probably ask if you are to meet me physically. You will first of all ask me, I'm not a science student. I don't have pre-knowledge of how to install the conventional electricity. I'm afraid of wire. I'm afraid of electricity. Can I still learn? I'm not science inclined. I am an art student, or I don't have what it takes to understand what will be taught in the training. I guarantee you that with our step-by-step approach, you don't need to worry about anything. We will always be there to lead you and show you the way. Our training is broken down into a layman understanding, simple English. The format is straightforward. We will show you how to do all those connections. We will show you the do's and the don'ts in the industry, how you can safeguard yourself against electrical shock, and before you know it, you will be playing with wires. So don't worry whether you are a science student or you are an art student, you don't have pre-knowledge of electricity. We will guide you and you will be able to install solar and make a living out of this industry. Another objection that you might have is, I don't have any qualification, have not been to school, I'm not a graduate. How will I learn? We don't need any qualification, but ensure that you are determined to learn. We need people with passion, people who will be able to follow the simple instructions we will be giving. Those are the set of people we need. And with our step-by-step training, you will understand everything and you will be able to tell Subway Energy Academy, thank you for the wonderful opportunity we have accorded you. So all you need is the zeal to learn. So all you need is the zeal to learn and make money in the industry. So please have this at the back of your mind before you even start. Have that zeal and be ready to learn. Those are the people that we need. So we will break everything down to your understanding as if we are teaching people in the nursery school. We will break everything down to a layman's understanding, to a point whereby you will be able to understand everything we will teach you. So let's see what is in for you immediately you start with a paid online solar training. What is in for you? What is in for you? What do we have for you? What is, you ask, how am I going to benefit from this training? Why will I spend my time joining this training? Why will I pay for this training? Why will I even use my data to watch these videos, download them and watch them? So what are the things we already have in stock for you? The very first thing is this training will help you install solar system in your facility. That is the very first benefit you will have when you join our training. If you are living in an area or you want to go solar, this training is the best training that will help you achieve that. Immediately you join our training, you start earning commission as an affiliate when you refer someone to register in our paid solar training. That means if you refer this training to somebody, tell the person to register with us. We will carry the person along, train the person, respond to the person will ask us questions. We are the people that will do all the jobs, all the training, certification, mentorship. We give them the textbooks and every other thing. So when you refer somebody and the person successfully register for our training, there is a commission for you. So equally, if you bring a project, you earn as a project finder. You earn percentage as project finder when you bring someone to install solar system, either using a subscription payment plan, installment payment plan, or outright payment plan. Chat me up using any of the number below for more information on this. So we have the subscription payment plan in which we install solar system for you. You pay monthly based on your usage, like what we do in many grid solar system installation. That is the subscription payment plan. People go, they buy, recharge their prepaid meter, and we get money from them for using our own installation. So if you are interested in our installment payment plan, in which you give, say, 30%, we deploy materials to your facility, install for you, you pay installmentally, or you consult us, you pay us complete money and we install for you. So you earn percentage if you bring people to do business with us. So as an installer, if we employ you to help us facilitate the services in the company, you will be paid heavily. So as a developer, what I mean by developer, in your community, there are interested in power. They are interested in power, and you bring the proposal, you link us up, you will be part of the investment, and it is a long-term benefit when you invest in such projects. So this is it. Do you know you can earn high commission with our solar courses? Get our own commission now. Refer students to us. Refer students to us and earn instantly when payment is made. you can contact this WhatsApp number. Let's talk. So this is our subscription plan. We have perfect solution to the current fuel hike in Nigeria. The cost of fuel installation or fuel in the country is high. If you are staying in another country, and you can equally develop this model, you can equally build this model, and it will still work for you in your own country. So if you are in Zimbabwe, Cameroon, Botswana, any part of the world, you can equally develop this model. We will have a special training for that. I will say get solar and pay small. That means we deploy materials, install for you, and you'll be paying small. We charge as low as 0.9% to 1.9% annual fee for 1.5 kVA to 30 kVA installment payment. So that is that. For more information, you visit our website. Subscribe to our 1.5 kVA to 30 kVA solar power solution and pay just 30% deposit. So the total cost of the solar system installation, all you do is to pay 30% of the total cost, and we will deploy materials to your facility, get the system installed within the shortest possible time, within 2 weeks, the shortest possible time, and you start enjoying this free gift of nature. Don't forget, this is Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. You can check us up on www.softwarelimited.com. If you need to buy this course, you have to log into www.ascas.com. For more information, you have to WhatsApp 08067430921 or 07012715632. I repeat, for more information about the training, solar system installation, everything about this training, the company, visit our website and you read more about us. Or if you need somebody to talk to, you can contact us, call us on 080674309. Okay, let's look at our signature projects. This is some of our commercial solar system installation. This is some of our commercial solar system installation. These systems can power an entire community. You can see your inverters neatly arranged, neatly installed. Here I'm just showing you the signature projects, the Frunius inverters and other inverters that you can see here, the AC box, the DC box. When we start the class proper, we'll get to step by step inform you on how to carry out projects of this magnitude. Some of our signature projects, this is Quattro inverters. This was in a residential apartment. It takes care of all the electrical needs in that particular facility. So you can see the battery, the inverters neatly arranged. These are some of our signature projects. When we say ultra modern solar system design, ultra modern solar system design, we professionally go for power audit before we get to what you are seeing, and you are glad, you are happy, you say, wonderful. We first of all meet a client, go for a professional power audit of the facility, come back to the office, go back to the office, design the solar system, select materials, write the BOQ, give the costs, and send it to the client. Most times we are requested to come and defend the project. We get to a step-by-step approach on how to design any size of solar system installation. These are just few. I don't want to bother you with so much pictures. We don't brag about what we can do, but when it comes to solar system design, installation and maintenance, including electrical and everything related to power generation, Stopway Energy Limited is your best block in the power generation business. So let's dive into some of our publication. We don't just train students. We deem it fit to document everything we do on site, to put it into black and white textbooks that can be read by anybody and understand. Textbook that can be read by anybody and understand. We break it down to a very simple concept that when you get this textbook, you will read with understanding. Then if you join our paid training, maybe you join our paid training, that is the best advice I will give you, because most times, why do you need a teacher? Why do you need a teacher to teach you English? Why do you need a teacher to teach you mathematics? Why do you need a teacher to teach you physics? So the solar industry is not an exception. The textbook, we use it during our training. But if you say, I don't want to join the training, you can get the textbook. But I would advise you, join the training and get the textbook. Let us expatiate what is inside of the textbook, so that you understand it better than when you read it, because we are the people who wrote these textbooks. These are not copy and paste textbooks from the internet. It is exactly what we do on site. We have been able to take our time, pen it down for your own consumption. So the very first textbook you have here is Solar Exclusive. Solar Exclusive. The secrets made simple. The secrets made simple. If you need a copy of this book, you have to DM the number you have seen on the screen here. Another textbook that we have published in the solar industry, is Solar Companion. Solar Companion, we call it the designer's guide. The designer's guide. Everything about solar system design. Everything. I don't want to start mentioning this and that, but when you are talking about designing any size of solar system, be it residential, be it commercial, industrial, mini grid, we have handled it here inside of Solar Companion, the designer's guide. and we look into solar exploits. Solar exploits is another textbook that we have published, and in the course of this training, people are not able to understand how to implement the business of the skill. The business of the skill. We have the skill and we equally have the business of the skill. And solar exploit, the big boss approach, will help you understand certain things, how to write quotation, how to write business plan, how to write proposal, every other thing that you can think of when it has to do with the business of solar, the big boss approach, what your Oga is using to shine in the solar industry. We have been able to document them here, and when you visit our website, you will be lucky to see the content of each of these textbooks. And we have Solar Companion 2. Solar Companion 2, the ABC of solar cable. When we say Solar Companion 2, we handle solar cable and every other thing concerned that we were not able to cover in Solar Companion 1, the designer's guide. So we bring them here and we trash them. You know how to design your solar cable. It's basically about design equally. Then we equally have 49 reasons why your solar system installation failed. A compendium of decades of experience in the solar industry. Equally, inside 49 reasons why your solar system installation failed, we have about 50 questions you need to ask your clients before you start designing a solar system. Or as a professional, what are the questions or what are the things you need to understand or you need to know before you start designing your solar system? Basically, we still handle that inside 49 reasons why your solar system installation failed and every other thing. Then when we talk about roof racking, solar roof racking compendium, it details everything about roof racking when you are talking about a residential solar system installation, a commercial solar system installation, and the industrial. This is solar roof racking blueprints. Solar roof racking blueprints. So when you get a copy of this textbook, it will expose you to everything surrounding roof racking and how you can professionally handle roof racking of any magnitude. So we equally have here profiting from the sun, part 1. Profiting from the sun. How do you make money from the sun? That is the focus of profiting from the sun. How do you use your skill and make money in the solar industry? So we have detailed it inside profiting from the sun. We have complete guide to solar tools and accessories. Complete guide to solar tools and accessories. Solar tools are, there are the components, the items we use to work in the solar industry. So you don't do jobs or you don't do contracts as an analog person. There is a professional way to use tools in the solar industry. So we handle it in complete guide to solar tools and accessories. When you join this training, you get access to the videos of how you can use each of the solar tool that we use in the solar industry. Our mentorship package. Getting this training, the paid version of our training, after you might have graduated from our training, we give you our certificates. We have the graduate school. In which we will give you the link, and you join the graduate school. And inside the graduate school, what do? We mentor you, we coach you, we teach you. We have more than 1,000 participants, people that have already graduated from Software Energy Academy. They are there to help you. We are always alert to work with you, to help you. The very first mentorship package you have is help. We give you help 24 hours. We give you tips on how to make it in the solar industry. We give you assistance. We guide you, we support you, and we equally advise you. So joining this training, this paid version of the training, will give you access to our mentorship package. And it is not in 1 month, it is not a 2 months mentorship package. It's a lifetime mentorship package. It's a lifetime, because you will be inside of the graduate school. We won't remove you, so you are part and parcel of the company. So everything we do, you follow up, you ask your question, anything that bothers you in the solar industry, we are always available for you, to guide you, to help you, to guide, to advise, to support you. So this is the best solar academy you can join. And when jobs opportunity comes in, who do you think we will run to? It is our student. We don't take our employment opportunity to people who doesn't join our training. So if you deem it fit to join Software Energy Academy, you have access to all these things. A trial will always convince you. We are here to give you up-to-date information when it comes to solar system installation, design, maintenance, general electrical installation. If you have any problem, you want to know more about us, always use our website URL, www.softwarelimited.com. If you want to subscribe, buy any of our paid course in the solar industry or any of our courses, we have a separate website, asukas.com. We are not here to do otherwise. We are here to train you. We are here to empower you. We are here to employ you. We are professionals in the solar industry, and those books that we have published so far, more textbooks would be coming, both in the electrical and in the solar industry. As we continue teaching students, we see need to write more textbooks. And when you visit our website, you will see more of our signature projects. You will see how you can partner with us. You will see how you can become an affiliate. You will see how you can become a project developer, a developer investor in the solar industry. So don't allow anybody to give you this video. This video is the product, is owned, managed, and arranged by Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. Okay, let's consider module 2. Module 2. Don't forget, in the course of module 1, we did some introduction about the company, who we are, our services. We showed you some of our signature projects. We later talk about some of the textbooks we have published in the course of training students online, and we advise you to visit our website. We advise you to visit our website. This is the website URL, www.subwaylimited.com. Then if you need this course, you visit asukas.com, www.asukas.com. Let's dive into module 2. Let's see what we have for you in module 2. Let's take a closer look at an overview of solar energy, in which we will talk about some concepts that will enable you understand what solar energy is all about, some historical perspective. We will consider some of the terms we use in the solar industry. So basically, what is solar energy? What is solar energy? In a layman's language, every day we wake up, the sun shines and we enjoy it. Nature makes use of it, and we as human, we equally make use of it. So there are other forms of energy available from nature, or the one man had been able to come up with. So when we are talking about solar energy, we are actually referring to the energy that we get from the sun, the energy that we can generate from within us. You don't need to buy diesel, you don't buy generator, but with some components, you can generate power yourself and power some or all of your electrical loads. So what is really solar energy? If somebody asks you, what is solar energy? So we will say that solar energy is this energy that comes from the sun, as simple as ABC. The sun rays, when it strikes on some components of the solar system, it will generate DC, and with the help of other components, if you are using DC loads, you can use it to power the DC loads. But most times the electrical loads we use in our houses are basically AC electrical appliances. So in such scenario, we will look for another component which we will talk about in the course of this discussion. We look for other components to convert the DC to AC. So basically, solar energy is the energy that comes from the sun. This energy is totally free. You don't pay a dime. You don't pay tax for the sun to shine on your roof. It's a free gift of nature. Nature in its own wisdom had already kept this free source of power, energy for us to use without paying the government, without paying tax, and it's on a daily basis you have this source of energy. So as the sun shines on a daily basis, it radiates or sends out an enormous energy that is capable of powering all the electrical loads on these planets. That is true. The sun shines on every man's roof, and even in the forest, the sun still shines. Even on top of the river, the sun still shines. So if human beings, if we are able to channel all this energy that is radiating from the sun, it can power the entire electrical energy or electrical loads that we use on this planet Earth. So we will not be looking for buying generator, buying fuel, and stressing ourselves, running them, and we waste a whole lot of money. So we have been opportune to use this source of energy to power all our electrical loads. Banks have been able to delve into this. They have been able to see the benefits of the sun, and they have installed solar in their premises. Companies, organizations, communities are going solar. So it is the best source of power for our electrical load. So there is no regulation. There is no regulation on how we use the sun. Nobody will tell you this is how to use the sun. There is no regulation in our country. I don't know in your own country. But in as much as me and you, we are concerned, the sun is a free gift of nature. Let's still consider some historical perspective. Who are the pioneers, the people that brought about this invention, how you can transfer the sun radiation into a usable form of energy that is free in nature. We'll look at the year, an event that happened that year, and the person that was responsible or the company that was able to bring all these good news. You know, technology kept evolving. So as time progresses, many people work on this process, and we are able to have what we are having today. We are able to have what we are having today. So we are having here that in 1873, Wilbur Smith noticed selenium sensitivity to light. That was the very first year that something happened, and a man called Smith was able to see that selenium has some property that can trap the sun energy, and it was sensitive to the sun. So we look at 1883, Charles Fritz developed the first selenium-based solar electric cell. After Smith's work on this, noticed that selenium was sensitive to light. Another scientist came up, Charles Fritz, also came on board, was able to develop the first selenium-based solar electric cell. After that, in 1905, Albert Einstein, we all know about, if you are a science student, you know about Albert Einstein. He was the person that gave a broader explanation to photovoltaic effects. Photovoltaic effects, that means if you expose a particular element or substance to the sun, there will be some reaction that will happen, and at the end of the day, electricity can be generated in the process. In the 1950s, Bell Laboratories seek for ways to power remote communication system. They were into investigation to power remote communication system, and in 1954 the first photovoltaic module was built by the Bell Laboratories. So when they worked on this, how to power remote communication systems in the 1950s, in 1954 they were able to design, build the very first photovoltaic module, and ever since then modification had been happening in the solar industry. So that is just a brief of the historical development of the photovoltaic system or processes that we are having in the industry. So let's look at some of the terminologies that will help us understand how solar panels generate electricity from the sun. Here we are going to give you a small assignment to disturb your brain a bit, because if we want to go into the detail we will deviate from what we have for you and the story will be too much. So for people that love research, we admonish them to go into research and understand how we use the terminologies that will help you understand how electricity is generated from the sun. So since it is an assignment, I will allow you to go through it. Some of the terminologies is photovoltaic. When we are talking about photovoltaic, photo talks about the sun, light. Photo talks about, we say, a photographer. A photographer makes use of light to produce image. So in the solar industry, when we say photo, we are talking about light. When we say voltaic, we are talking about voltage. So when light strikes on a particular surface, electricity is generated. So we look at photovoltaic effects. So when you have light striking on a particular object, electrons will move, protons, electrons will move, they will interact from one place to another, and at the end of the day you can have light, power generated, or electricity generated, as you can see on this diagram. You can see on the diagram we are having here. But I don't want to bother you with all these stories. Let's just go straight. So we have photon. If you are science student, you should know what photon is all about. Wafer, other terminologies, the junction. I'm giving this an assignment, p-type junction, and we can talk about the n-type junction. I don't want to go in depth so that I don't get people confused, but these terms will really help you understand the process whereby we convert the sun energy into electricity. You can see how you are going to do the assignment. What is photovoltaic? You write it here and you submit it to me. Another assignment is photovoltaic effects, and it will continue like that. I have to bring this here so that you understand how to go about it. This is the first assignment that you have to do, submit, so that you can follow along as we delve into the concept solar energy. I plead with you to take this assignment very seriously. Take this assignment very seriously. So we are saying here, after all the assignment, we are saying write exhaustively how solar electricity is generated from the sun. So after a careful understanding of those terminologies, we are asking you to write exhaustively how solar energy is generated from the sun. Let's look at some definition of terms. Some definition of terms, still handling module 1, definition of terms. Let's look at a solar panel. This is a solar panel. We want to define, or we want to bring to you some terminologies that has to do with the solar panel. We are talking about solar panel here. This is the very first component that we mention in the solar industry. It is the powerhouse. So let's understand some of the terms that has to do with the solar panel. This is the picture of a solar panel, as you can clearly see here. Let's look at what a solar panel, a cell, and other things that has to talk about the solar panel. So the very first thing is a solar cell. A solar cell. What is a cell? In our biology, we were told that a cell is the smallest unit of life. That was what we were told in our biology class, that a cell is the smallest unit of life. So when we say a solar cell, what do we really mean? I showed you a picture of the solar panel, and here I am showing you the picture of a cell. That is the smallest unit of a solar panel, is a cell. In a layman's language, you can see this is a solar cell. If you take your mind back to what we had here, this is a full solar panel, and you can see from here to here, this small box here is a cell. It is the combination of this module, it is the combination of the cells that we have modules, the combination of modules that we have this solar panel. So what actually is a solar cell? Then I am saying here that in biology, in our day-to-day usage, in biology, a cell is the smallest unit of any substance. So in the solar industry, what is a solar cell? So a solar cell is the basic building block of any solar module. I repeat, a solar cell is the basic building block of any solar module. Some people use solar module and solar panel interchangeably. So we will get to understand whether they are the same thing or whether they are different from each other. So we say a solar cell is the basic building block of any solar module. It is the basic unit of a photovoltaic system. Without the solar cell, you will not have a solar module. Without the solar module, you will not have the solar panel. So from the solar cell, we have the solar module. From the solar module, we have the solar panel. So there are three squares. We saw in our previous picture those three squares. Discs or films of semiconductor materials. They are semiconductor. If you are a science student, you should understand. Even when you are not a science student, we talk about semiconductors in our primary school and some part of our secondary school. What are semiconductors? Semiconductors are those materials that act as a conductor and insulator. And what is a conductor? Those materials that allows heat and electricity to pass through them easily. What are insulators? Insulators are materials that does not allow the flow of electricity through them. So when we are saying there are thin squares, discs or films of semiconductor, that means they have a property of insulators, and conductors. So there are thin squares, discs or films of semiconductor materials that generate voltage and current when exposed to the sunlight. So when you expose a solar cell, remember a solar cell is the building block, the basic building block of your solar module, and your solar module, when you mesh them together, when you interconnect them, it gives you a solar panel. So we are saying that when you expose this solar panel, which solar cell is part of it, when you expose them to the sun, electrons will move and current and voltage will be produced. So basically, you can see from this diagram here, you can see this is a solar cell. This is a solar cell. This is a solar cell. Just one of it is a solar cell. So when you interconnect the solar cells, assuming we say, okay, this is a solar module, assuming this disc is, we say this is a solar module. So inside of it, one of it is a solar cell. I don't know where you get it. Then when you combine, when you interconnect solar modules, we have not gotten there, but I have to explain to you. When you interconnect solar modules, you have solar panel. It is those things we did in biology: cell, organ, system. Cell, organ, system. A cell, you have organ, and you have a system. So basically, the same thing is applicable here. You have a solar cell, a solar module. When you interconnect solar cells, you have a solar module, and when you interconnect solar modules, you have a solar panel. So let's look at a solar module. When we say a solar module, is there any relationship between solar module and solar panel, or are we correct if we say solar module? Is it the same thing like solar panel? Let's see. So this is a solar module, as I had already said. This is a solar module. When you interconnect solar cells, you have solar module. So this one of it was the disc, which is a cell. When you connect them, and you have a solar module. So we are saying that a module is the assembly of photovoltaic cells. That means when you say assemblage or assembling or assembly, that means you join them together. So a module is the assembly of photovoltaic cells wired in series, parallel or series parallel, to produce a desired voltage and current. So depending on the we will talk about how to wire solar panels, battery in series, parallel or series parallel. But for now we are talking about a solar module. So let's not bother ourselves how to connect in parallel or how to connect in series. But when you connect solar panels or solar battery in series, the voltage will increase, and when you connect them in parallel, the current will increase and the voltage will remain constant. Whereas when you connect them in series, the voltage will increase and the current will remain constant. When you connect them in parallel, the voltage will increase and the current will the current will increase, whereas the voltage will remain constant. So we expatiate on series parallel connection, and if you can see here, this is assuming this is your panel, or this is your cell. Let's look at a cell. Assuming this is a cell, we want to have a module. This is another cell, this is another cell, this is another cell. This is the positive probe, this is the negative probe, this is the negative probe, this is the positive probe, this is the negative, and it continues like that. So when we connect our positive to negative, positive to negative, positive to negative, that means we are connecting this panel or these cells in series. And when you connect them in series, what happens? The voltage will always increase. So the same thing is applicable here. This is the negative, this you connect positive, negative. You can see this line, positive, negative. It's a pictorial representation of what we do on site. So when you connect positive, negative, the positive will remain here. You come to the next line, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. The voltage will always increase. The voltage will always increase, whereas the current will remain constant. So assuming the cells are of different or the same voltage, and you do the connection 0.55 volts, 0.55 volts, 0.55 volts, and at the end of the day you are having all the positive to this side, all the negative to this side, and you connect all of them as one, and you have the output here, and you connect here, you have the output here. We have successfully connected cells in series and parallel, and we have one solar module. With this explanation, you should be able to understand. This is a more illustration of what I mean. Okay, I have a cell. This is the cell. I'm using pictures here to depict what I'm explaining. Assuming this is a cell, then I want to have a module. That means I will need to connect a cell, connect another cell, connect another cell, connect another cell, connect another cell with different voltage and current. Connect another cell. I've connected other cells in another row. Connect other cells, connect other cells. Then what will I have? A module, a solar module. So that is typically what we are trying to talk about. We have talked about a solar cell, some definition, and we are here talking about a solar module. What is a solar cell? The basic unit, the building block of any solar panel. What is a solar module? A solar module is the combination of solar cells. A solar cell is the smallest unit of any solar module. What is a solar module? The combination of solar cells. So let's look at a solar panel. You carry solar panel and climb up your roof, or you go to the market, you see a very big disc, and you come out your money, remove your money and pay. That means they have connected solar cells. Many of them will have solar module, and when they interconnect solar module, you have a solar cell. This is a typical solar panel. So you can see this is a cell. From our previous discussion, this is a cell. This is a cell, and this is a cell, this is a cell, this is a cell. They interconnect them, and we have a module. You can see the demarcation here. You can see the demarcation. So this is a cell, but when you interconnect the solar cells, you have a solar module. And when you interconnect each of these solar modules, you can see solar module, solar module, solar module, solar module, solar module, solar module. You have your solar panel. So basically, by way of definition, a solar panel is formed when one or more modules are fastened together. That is exactly what we are discussing. When two or more modules are fastened together. A module is formed when cells are fastened together. You have a module, but a cell is the smallest unit of any solar panel. So when modules are fastened together, you have a solar panel. With this definition, you should be able to follow me along. So solar panels are often used interchangeably with modules. Know that a solar module is different from a solar panel. So don't make this mistake again to use solar module and solar panel interchangeably. They are not the same. A module is formed when solar cells are interconnected, while a panel is formed when solar modules are interconnected. You have learned something. You have learned something. This is wonderful. Let's do another illustration. Let's look at another illustration. With my pictorial illustration, you can be able to follow along what we are doing. With my pictorial illustration, you can follow along what we are doing. So what is this? These are solar cells. Wonderful. You are getting it. You are correct. So what is this? What is this? This is a solar module. Correct. You are correct. Okay, you have another solar module, and remember you started with a solar cell. You have another solar module. You have another solar module. It has covered that solar cell. Sorry about that. And you have another solar module. You have another solar module. You have another solar module, and you interconnect other solar modules. What will you have at the end of the day? That is the result. That is the result, or this is the result. Clap for yourself for getting it. So this is a solar panel. It's different from a solar module. Solar module are just a section of the solar panel. Solar cell is the smallest bits that we are having here. So that is the reason when you go to site, we carry this and we say solar panel, solar panel. So you can clearly see a cell here, and you can clearly see a module, and the whole pack is called a solar panel. Don't forget, this is Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. You can check us up on www.softwarelimited.com. If you need this course, you can get it in asukas.com. www.asukas.com. If you want any inquiry, information, or you have any question to ask, please do well to DM this number, and you will be properly taken care of. Thank you. We are coming up with more. Okay, this is still module 2, and in our previous module we take you through the historical perspective, the people that pioneered these things that we are enjoying now, and the years such invention came to be. After that, we gave an assignment in which it's pertinent for you to do it. Send it to me through the WhatsApp number you have here. Equally, we talked about some terms, definition of some terms, in which we talk about a solar cell as the basic building block of any solar module. And the solar module, when we finish with the solar cell, we have, when we combine solar cells, we have solar module. And when we combine solar modules, we have solar panels. Other terminologies that you will hear us use, or that is used in the solar industry, you will hear us say string 1, string 1, string 2, string 3, string 4. So what do we actually mean by a string in the solar industry, or solar string? In the course of our discussion, you saw how the engineer was working on top of the roof. He was trying to connect solar panels, or doing the finishing touch to the installation. So basically, from this illustration that we are having here, in which you see this is the negative of this panel. I'm using this to depict the solar panel. This is the negative of this solar panel. This is the positive of this solar panel. This is the negative, this is the positive, this is negative, this is the positive, this is negative, and this is the positive. There are pictorial representation of the solar panel. So when we connect solar panels like this in series, when we connect the positive, series connection is connecting the positive terminal of one solar panel or battery to the negative terminal of another solar panel or battery. So if we connect the positive of this solar panel now to the negative of this solar panel, we have successfully connected the two solar panels in series, and we equally connect the positive of this solar panel to the negative of this solar panel. We have equally connected the panels in series. We connect this positive to the negative of this one, and we are left with the positive probe here. Some people call it positive terminal, some people call it positive probe, anyhow you call it. And we equally we are left with the negative probe here. So when you connect solar panels in series, two or more solar panels in series, you will channel it to maybe if you don't want to connect it in parallel, we will look at that one. If you connect it in series, you can either send it to your charge controller or you send it to your inverter if it is an hybrid inverter. So when you connect solar panels in series, it forms a string. I repeat, when you connect solar panels in series, two or more solar panels in series, we call it a string. So you can have 5 strings. That means all the solar panels in one string is connected in series. You go to another set of solar panels, you connect them in series, you have another string. You do like that. So depending on your configuration, what you want to get at the end of the day, you can have 10 strings. Then later you can parallel them. Let's just go ahead with what we have. So modules in series on a single string. So when we connect solar panels in series, we have a solar string. So a solar string is formed when solar panels are interconnected together in what? In series. Say in series. Thank you. So a solar string is formed when solar panels are interconnected. You can see how we have interconnected these solar panels, and we pick the positive and we connect it to the negative. We will do this when we get, as we are progressing. So you connect the positive probe of one solar panel to the negative probe of another solar panel. You connect the positive probe and the negative probe to another solar panel, and you do like that. At the end of the day, sorry, this other write-overs cover this other place. So when you connect it like that, you will be left with the positive probe at the one end and the negative probe in the other end. You can send this to the negative terminal of your solar charge controller or your solar inverter. That means you have successfully sent one string to the charge controller or the inverter. So we say a solar string is formed when solar panels are interconnected together in series to give a desired voltage and current into one input on a solar string inverter. We are using solar string inverter here. We get to that. So remember, when you connect solar panels or solar battery in series, what do you have? You are increasing the voltage, whereas the current will still remain constant. Let's look at another terminology that you will hear us that is often used in the solar industry. We have solar array. Solar array. What do we actually mean by solar array? You can see we are still using the same illustration we use, and we are saying series parallel connection. Remember, this set of solar panels are connected in series. This other set of solar panels are connected in series. This other set of solar panels are equally connected in series. You can see. So when you finish connecting those panels in series, remember you have 3 strings now. You have gotten 3 strings. This is the first string, the second string, the third string, and you come and connect all of them in parallel. You connect the positive. Remember, connecting solar panels or solar battery in parallel is linking the positive of one terminal to the positive of another terminal. You can see here we are linking the positive of this string to the positive of this second string to the positive of this second string, and we are linking the negative of this first string to the negative of the second string to the negative of the third string. Remember, now you have been able to know what a string is. Clap for yourself. So that is what we are having. We connect this to this, we connect this string 1, string 2, string 3, and we connect their respective negative together, and we connect their respective positive together. Positive terminal is here, negative terminal here. So we say 4 by 3. 4 by 3. That is 4 in series. 4 solar panels in series, then 3 in parallel. Another person will say 4 is 3p. 4 is, that is 4 in series, 3 in parallel. 4 is 3p. So we say 4 by 3, depends on what you are saying. So 4 is 3p. 4 by 3 solar panels, so with same ratings, we love advising people if you can calculate this 0.55 volt times 0.55 volt times this, it will give you 2.2 volt. That is the voltage had increased. Then if you remember, when you connect this in series, the current was constant. So when you come and connect them in parallel, the current will increase and the voltage will still remain constant. So you can see here, if you multiply or if you add 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4, it will give you 1.2 amp. Then if we say what is the total power generated by these 4 is 3p connection or configuration, we are going to multiply 2.4 volts. Remember, P is equal to IV. P is equal to IV. We will get to that, don't worry yourself. P is equal to IV. So what is the power generated by these panels is going to be 2.2 volt times 1.2 amp, and it's going to give us 2.64 watts. 2.64 watts. We advise people to ensure that they use solar panels of the same rating. We will get to that in the course of this training. So when solar panels are wired in series, you can see, and in parallel, you can see, to give a desired voltage. You can see the voltage we got when we wired it in series, and current. You can see the current we also have when we wired them in parallel. It forms a solar array. I don't need to recap. Note that solar panels connected in series give you solar string. Solar panels connected in series and parallel give you solar array. 4 sets of cells in series, 3 groups of cells in parallel. So let's see, in real life, this is what we have. In real life, you can see this is exactly what we have. Assuming we are connecting, this is the how we do the connection. You connect this, you connect this to this, you connect this to this. That is what you have, a solar string. You connect this to this, you connect this to this, and you come and parallel them. This is 2 string. This is the very first string, this is the second string, and you parallel. That is, you have successfully, remember when you connected here to here to here, and you have this output, that is 1 string. And you come again, you connect this to this, positive, negative, you have this other string. When you, if you want to increase, remember, if you want to increase the current, you come and parallel them. And you have a solar array. There are professional ways that we do connection. We will get to that. I don't want to bother you with so much things. Let's move gradually, because I would have loved to expatiate on this, but let's forget about it. When we get to the main installation proper, we will talk about that. So let's see block diagram from solar cell to solar array. We have already discussed this. So when we have a solar cell, the next thing is we have a solar module. When you interconnect solar cells, and we have solar panel. When you interconnect them, you have solar panel. And when you interconnect solar panels in string, when you interconnect solar panels in series, when you interconnect solar panels in series, you have solar string. So we started with solar cell. This is a cell. When we interconnect solar cells, we have solar module. We interconnect solar modules, we have solar panel. Then another terminology that we have discussed is solar string and solar array. And here, this is a solar string because we interconnecting is a pictorial representation anyway. So we interconnect solar panels in series. You have solar string, and we have another solar string here, solar string 1, solar string 1, and solar string 2. You get it? So when you interconnect the 2 strings, you have solar array. That is exactly what you see these guys do here. The engineers are here. These are the solar panels. Depending on the configuration, this setup was what we installed to power an entire banking hall, an entire commercial bank, and it had never failed. So this is exactly what we do. An example, as you can see, if we say this is an assignment, you can play around with it, or you wait when we get to designing of the solar components, you get to understand more. So we say design a 48 volt system with 8 12-volt PV modules. Panel rating 12-volt DC 5 amp. Battery rating 6-volt DC 300 amp. Don't bother yourself, I'm just trying to show you exactly what is obtained in the field. So basically you don't need to worry yourself. You can see the connection. This is your solar panel. This is the rating. From this question we say design a 48-volt system. Don't worry, if you are new to the industry, you get to understand what we mean by a 48-volt system. What you are given this rating of the PV module, 12 pieces, and each is rated 12-volt DC 5 amp, and we are having a battery of 6-volt DC 300 amp hour, and you are asked to install such a system. Install it. This might have been after analysis of the electrical load, and the person came up with a system size of 48 volts, and he made all these calculations and came up with all these material specification. So we are trying to show you the connection here. We connect these solar panels in series. This is string 1. We connect this one in series. This is string 2. Assuming we are using the inverter we are using is not an hybrid inverter, that means we are going to connect the positive. We come and parallel it. Look at it. We parallel here and we parallel here. See how many panels are here, and we move. We say okay. Parallel. We parallel and it comes here. We parallel and it comes here. This is the charge controller. From the charge controller it gets to the battery, and we series the battery. As you can see here, we series it and we come here. We series. This is the positive terminal and this is the negative terminal. So what again, we need the solar inverter. So this is the setup now. So we are saying it's not easy as you may think. Okay, let's consider module 3. You can take your mind back to module 2, what we discussed, the terminologies in the solar industry, the historical perspective in the solar industry. We talk about solar cell, solar module, solar panel, a string, and we equally talk about solar array. Let's see what we have in module 3. In module 3 we have solar system components and their functions. We have different components in the solar industry, but we want to bring to you just few of them, 4 or 5 of the basic solar components that we use in the solar industry, and the function of each of the solar components. So this is a typical pictorial representation of what we do in the field. A typical pictorial representation of what we do in the field. I can start from anywhere. If you have your solar panels here connected in series and parallel, you connect it to the solar charge controller, you connect it to the battery, and from battery you go to the inverter, and from the inverter you send it to the load to power your electrical load. This is a pictorial illustration of what is obtained in the field. But like we already said, it is not as easy as you think, because everything starts with the design of the solar the power audits of the facility. After that, we design the solar components. After that, we select the materials. After that, we sit down, write quotation, proposal, and the rest. We procure the materials, we prepare the sites, we go to site, do the installation, and we connect like this. So it's a long process. Then we channel the power generated from here to power this electrical load. So actually what we want to discuss in this particular module is what are the functions of each of these solar components: the solar panels, the solar charge controller, the solar battery, the solar inverter. And with that, we will progress to other things. So basically, what is configuration in solar system design? When we say configuration, we are talking about the way we connect one component with another to give us the desired result, depending on what we are after. If you want to cook rice and stew, there is a way you combine it, and somebody will say, wow, this person is a good chef. If you want to cook pounded yam, pepper soup, and I don't know what you call the different dishes in your country. If you want to cook afang soup, okra soup, the different ways you combine the ingredients to give you a desired result. If you are cooking, they will say you are a good cook. If you are in the solar industry, we say configuration. Your configuration, they are compatible. You don't connect your solar panel to the charge controller before you see the bonds. You connect the inverter to the battery, before you know it, the battery, the solar panel will catch the solar inverter will burn. So the different ways you connect the solar components so that you have a desired result that will generate power to your electrical load. So in real life, this is what you are seeing. So this is the solar panel. The very first component we are considering is the solar panel. So what is the function of this solar panel? The main function, I will be very brief. The main function, why do we need the solar panel? There are some installation that you install, you don't need the solar panel. Maybe if you are going for a backup system. The backup system, we will talk about the different types of systems. So if you are doing a backup system, you have the conventional power to charge your battery. Automatically, you don't need the solar panel. So why do we need the solar panel? Is to trap the radiant energy, DC from the sun for the purpose of generating electricity, be it in the DC form or in the AC form. So the main purpose of the solar panel is it serves as the powerhouse. It serves as the powerhouse. This is where we get all the power source to charge the solar battery. If we don't have other alternative power sources, we get the DC to charge the solar battery. Then the solar battery stored DC will be manipulated with the inverter, converted to AC, and we use it in the house. So your solar panel basically is used for the purpose of generating DC from the sun. So you can see we have different types of battery. We'll talk about battery later. So this is a residential solar battery. This is a commercial solar battery. You can see this other battery is with 2 terminal. This other battery is with 4 terminal. That is not the discussion for now, but this is a commercial setup in which you have the solar battery. So what is the function? Why do we need the solar battery? You know, when your solar panel generates DC, we need a place to save that DC so that we can use it maybe at night or even during the daytime when the sun is fluctuating. You know, the sun rises and the sun falls. The intensity of the sun is not constant. So for us to have constant power, we need the storage, and that is provided by the solar battery. So the solar battery is the storage bank. I can say it is the bank where we save extra energy from the solar panel. So this is where we store the DC that will be converted to AC so that we can use it to power our electrical loads. So that is the solar battery. As you can see here, these are the solar inverters. We have different types of solar inverter. We will talk about that. Like what you are seeing here, this is a commercial setup. This is the Fronius inverter, the Quattro inverters. You can see 3 of them, 3 Fronius inverters. Then we have other things. So we are just introducing you to the component. What is the function of the solar inverter? The solar inverter will convert the stored energy from this battery. When the DC from panel, the DC is generated from the panel, it is stored inside of the battery, and the solar inverter will pick the DC, convert it to AC so that we can use in our facility. So the next thing we have is this is a residential setup. This is a residential setup. I had to bring this other charge controller here. So another component we use in the solar industry is the charge controllers. We have different types. You can see this is a solar charge controller. This is the solar charge controller, and the rest. So what is the function? Why do we need the solar charge controller? The solar charge controller is to regulate charging of this battery. The solar charge controller is so that you don't overcharge the battery, so that you don't overcharge this battery. So that is the function. It regulates charging of the battery. That is the work of each of the solar components. Solar panel is to trap sunlight from the sun, radiant energy from the sun, and is transported and stored inside of the solar battery. Then the solar charge controller is to regulate the charging process, and when the energy is stored inside of this solar battery, remember our electrical loads are not DC in nature, they are AC in nature. So we need this Mr. Man, the solar inverter, to convert the DC to AC so that we can have electricity in our houses. So still on module 3, we say solar accessories and some tools. You can see we will talk about this. This is your sealant. When you want to go for installation, you need all these tools, more of them. So we have the sealant for roof maintenance. This is your cable. These are your cutters, MC4, end clip and mid clip, solar crimping tool, MC4 solar spanner. You can see MC4 solar spanner. solar cable striper. And these are some of the tools, our accessories that we use when we go for installation. So there is a textbook that is dedicated for only these solar tools and how to use them. So let's move on. Still on module 3, some people uses solar car battery. They use it and say they want to install solar and they use car battery. No, you can see it is a no here. We say no here, it is a no here. Then there are batteries that we use in the solar industry for installation of solar system. So don't go and remove your car battery, say you want to install solar in your house. So no, it's not like that, please. Why do we need solar battery? Why do we not use solar cars to install solar system in your house, in our houses? Why do we need solar battery that is specifically designed for that purpose? So automobile batteries, this is an automobile battery, that is the car battery, are not recommended for PV applications because they are not designed to be deep cycled. They are designed to be discharged. They are designed to discharge large amounts of current for a short duration to start an engine and then be immediately recharged by the vehicle's alternator. So you can discharge. This battery is not designed to be deep discharge or deep cycle. So when you are running your solar system, your solar battery will be discharged. And the good side is, as you are discharging it, if it during the daytime, you are equally charging it. But at night, you discharge it. There is a limit you can discharge it, and you destroy this battery. Even though it is 3 weeks, you destroy it. So we'll talk about that in the course of our training. Okay, so please today let's not go into that. So these car batteries are not designed to be deep cycled, whereas the PV battery, they are designed to be deep cycled. So still on module 3, DC loads. What are DC loads? You can see these are some of the DC loads you have. So for the sake of time, what are DC loads? We will have this discussion in detail. So load that requires DC power are called DC loads. Like your laptop, it requires a battery, so it's a load, it's a DC load. Indirect current, the electric charge only flows in one direction. So electric charge flows in one direction. DC currents are current generated by energy sources such as solar panel batteries. Some examples are laptop batteries, cell phone batteries, DC powered lights. So when we say what are DC loads, just know that those are the loads that make use of DC current. Okay, so let's say AC load. What are AC loads? AC loads are those loads that we use basically in our facility. So loads that require AC power, alternating. When we say DC, we mean direct current. When we say AC, we mean alternating currents. So loads that require AC power are called AC loads. Alternating current, abbreviated AC, is the flow of electric charge that periodically reverses its direction. It starts from zero, grows to a maximum, decreases to zero, reverses, reaches a maximum in the opposite direction, return again to the original value, and repeat this cycle indefinitely. AC loads can be resistive, inductive, or capacitive in nature. We will talk about these loads and the graphs later, but for now, those are the things we have in the module 2. In the module 2, what have we really discussed? The components that makes up the solar system, which is and their function. What role do they play in the entire process? We talk about the solar panel. What is the usefulness? To trap electricity from the sun, to trap sun rays, convert it to DC, and when it converts it to DC, it is stored in the battery. The battery is the storage. It's what gives us the ability to store the energy that the solar panel will get from the sun. Then after that, we need the solar charge controller to regulate the charging. We need the solar charge controller to regulate the charging. Then after that, we talk about the solar panel, in which it is what converts the DC inside of the battery to AC, so that we can use it to power our electrical load. We have considered some of the accessories, which we promise you that there is a textbook specifically for that, and we talk about AC, DC, and AC load. Don't forget, this course, this training is designed and brought to you courtesy Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. So don't allow anybody to give you this course and tell you that he's the owner. Go to www.softwarelimited.com or asukas.com to get this course by yourself, so that we can add you to our training platforms. We add you to our mentorship platform. You ask your question and we give you certificate. We give you the textbook. So the benefit you will get when you join this training is enormous. Thank you. Okay, we are into module 4. Module 4, we started with module 1, module 2, module 3, and here we are. We want to consider module 4. And inside module 4, what do we really have? We have photovoltaic system types. Photovoltaic system types. This is a very serious concept. This is a very serious concept. If you don't understand the type of system that a client is in need of, you will be giving the client what will not serve the purpose, or you will scare the client that and make him or her think that solar system is very costly. So the type of solar system installation you need depends on so many things, which we will discuss in the course of this discussion or in the course of this training. So let us dive into the different types of photovoltaic system, so that when a client, or if you are an end user, you want to go solar, you will be able to make wise and informed decision on the type of solar system I need. Okay, I need a phone. If I need a phone, first of all, I will have to check my pockets, how much I have, and I will have to equally check the function the phone will give me. So the same thing is applicable when you want to go solar. When you want to go solar, you have to ask yourself, how much do I want to invest into the project, or what are the electrical loads I want to power, or what exactly is my budget, electrical loads, and my other things that will help you understand the type of system. As we are going to dive into it, you get to understand the things that will give you basic knowledge of the type of system for your clients or for yourself. Solar components can be configured in many ways for the purpose of delivering electrical energy to electrical loads. You can connect them differently based on certain factors. The configuration may take different forms depending on your budget. How much do you have? I'll talk about the backup system. We have to expatiate on it. The equipment available, that is the components you have, and the design. For any type of solar system installation, you have to consider how much is the budget, the client's budget. What are the electrical loads that will be powered? What are the equipment that you have? How is it designed? So with this, we have different types of solar system installation, and this information will help you understand how to talk to a client. Another thing, so many residential or commercial buildings uses only solar battery and inverter to power their electrical loads. That is when I say backup system. The battery are recharged using generator or PHCN. That is, I don't know what it's called in your country, so you can recharge it using your generator or your PHCN. That is the conventional electricity on the grid electricity. This setup is a special configuration which eliminates the use of the solar panel or solar charge controller in the design. Depending on the design, the solar panel is eliminated. That is it. So this is a typical design of such. You are using your generator. You can see here you are using your generator. This is if you add solar battery, inverter, and you are using generator to charge, or PHCN. You are using your generator to charge your solar battery, and you convert it using the solar inverter, and you have solar power. That is a particular configuration. So then we move. We say another configuration is the combination of all the solar components. You use the solar charge controller, the solar panel, the solar inverter, the solar battery. You still generate power, and that is another configuration, and that gives rise to another type of solar system. So any configuration is the combination of another configuration is the combination of all the solar components. Solar panels, you can use the solar panels to charge. In combination, you combine utility is the NEPA. You join generator, you add solar charge controller, you connect solar panel battery, you connect solar inverter, and you will have solar energy in your facility for the sole purpose of doing what? Powering your electrical load, so that you don't go to the filling station again, you don't buy fuel again. That is the unique freedom nature provided before we even come to this planet. So let's look at, this is the configuration I'm talking about here. This is your utility. Your utility does the charging, your solar panel does the charging, your generator does the charging. So it's an hybrid configuration. We'll talk about that in no distant time. So let's check the different types of solar system that we have. The different types of solar system that we have. The very first one we have is the integrated photovoltaic battery charging systems. When we say integrated, that is many things are fused into a particular packet, into a particular box, and you carry that box as all in one. Before you know it, you connect your solar panel and you are able to generate power for your electrical loads. So we say PV. You connect your PV, your charge controller, your storage battery, electrical load, and you put application, and you will have solar energy. That is the very first type of solar system we are considering. Integrated photovoltaic battery charging system. Here, all the solar components, solar panel, battery, charge controller, inverter, AC load, including applications, are incorporated into a single package. Yes, they will just give you the solar panel, you carry they give you a small box, you carry it. Before you know it, you will be able to power some of your electrical load. These are in form of solar kits. So some example is solar kits, solar radio, solar lantern, lights. So all you need to do is to connect your solar panel to that small packet. The box here is pictorially. This is your solar panel. You connect it to this box. Integrated photovoltaic battery charging system. The battery is here. The inverter is still inside this box. The charge controller is still inside this box. So all you need is to connect your solar panel to this box, this packet. And when we are talking about such solar system type, we call it solar kit. So that type is called integrated photovoltaic battery charging systems. In your area, you see they give it to you in using installment payments, in which you pay small. So you can see the inverter. Sometimes it's incorporated here, or it can be separate. So you can see the connection. You charge your phone, you play your television, you light your bulb, you can charge your phone, you can run your fan, DC fan or AC fan. So inverter powers AC electronics, DC ports. This is inverter powers AC electronics. That is everything AC is powered with the inverter. DC port powers DC electronics. That is what is included in the packet. Charging with solar or NEPA, you can charge it with solar. So this small packet is called integrated photovoltaic batteries charging system. We have them smart systems now that they also come in this form, but let's not bring in so much information so that you follow along. In your area, in your vicinity, you see small solar system. They say that is solar. They bring small panel, come and put on the top of the roof, and they'll be using it to charge phone. That is that type of system we are talking about. I think you get it. So solar kits or solar generator, some people call it solar generator. It looks like this. Sometimes one panel, you light up your bulb. They are in different categories. So let's look at the advantages of integrated photovoltaic battery charging system. Please, you see somebody, he comes to your office and say, I need solar. Please, first of all, ask the person what type of solar. He will not know. He's an end user. So from there you can explain what is your budget. When you ask him what type of solar, he doesn't know. So how much do you want to budget for this project? And he will tell you $200. I don't know with the country that you are, or $100. I need solar, but I have $100. The person does not really need the conventional solar. He needs solar kits because going solar is a bit costly. $100 cannot afford it. So I don't know how much is battery in your own country. So what are the advantages of integrated photovoltaic battery charging system? The very first advantage is it is cheap to have solar energy with this configuration. So this for the common man, for the less privileged. Sorry about that. This for the common man. Just small panel on top of the roof is able to have some lighting points, is able to charge his phone. But remember, I showed you mega project there. So it is cheap, but it will still give you the same value. It's only that you will not be able to run big electrical loads. You will not be able to run your AC or fridge. So it is a cheap source of generating power for some of our electrical loads. So installation is pretty simple. Anybody can install it. Installation is pretty simple. Installation is pretty simple. Disadvantages of integrated photovoltaic battery charging systems. Please follow us along. It cannot carry several loads. It cannot carry several loads. It cannot carry heavy loads. If you plug your, in fact, if you plug your fridge on that system, you are looking for trouble. So it is for small loads. Look at this now. It's for small loads. Just small lighting point. Your television is the one that does not consume much power. So that is it. So let's look at another thing we have for you. We have another type of system called day-use systems. Remember, we are still talking about the different types of system, the advantages and the disadvantages. So we say day-use system. These are solar solutions that only operate during the day without a storage mechanism. We said before now that the solar battery is the storage mechanism, and we said that the solar charge controller, the solar panel generate DC load. So when we say day-use systems, these are systems that we use during the day. These are day-use systems. You can't use them at night. You can't use them at night. You can only use them during the day. So these are solar solutions that only operate during the day without a storage mechanism. Without a storage mechanism, you use them during the daytime when you have the sun. They consist of modules wired directly to a DC appliance that with no storage device. That is, you have your module and you wired it to electrical load that is DC. That is DC. It's not AC. So when you say AC, that means you need to integrate the solar inverter. That was the reason we learned about the usefulness of each of the electrical load. I'm pretty sure that you are following up with this discussion. So the sun shines on the module and this is generated that powers the DC load. So when we have solar system that is operated basically in the day, during the day, we call them day-use system. You can't use them at night. The source is from the module, the solar panel. Remember, if I say module, please pardon me. I already said that you can. Some people use module and panel interchangeably. So let me stick to panel. So they shine. The sun shines on the solar panel, and this is generated that power the DC load. Don't mind me, I'm still writing module here. So let's see, you have PV here plus electrical load, that is DC load, and you have your system. And we will see example. Example is in your community. In your community, government will come and dig borehole. Government will come and sink borehole in your community, and you can only pump water during the daytime. You can't pump water during the night or at night. Anyone you want to take. So the sun shines on the sun. This is the sun. It shines on this solar panel. Remember, your solar panel generates DC. You mount them on something. This is the ground. This is the earth. These are trees, and you connect it to this is the pump switch. You connect it to pump. This is the water table. This is the water table. Water pump. This is the water table. You dig right inside, deep inside this the ground, and you connect your pump here, and you will be able to pump water to the tank. Such systems are called day-use system. You can only use them during the night or at night. But there are other types of system that we still say that they use, but you can run AC load with them. You can run AC load with them. So you say they use system. So in this case, in this setup, there are some solar inverter that converts DC to AC. You use, but you don't incorporate the solar battery. Assuming you are running your office and you know the sun always shines and you don't have battery. That's other functions your battery plays. Your battery tries to help us run inductive loads. If you don't have battery and the sun is fluctuating, that is another function of the battery. You'll be having fluctuation of power in your facility, and this your solar battery will also help control inductive loads. We'll talk about inductive loads later. So another day use system is assuming you have your solar panel, you don't have money to buy battery. You connect your solar panel. Remember, you have not connected the charge controller yet. You connect the solar panel directly to the inverter, and the inverter will send out AC for us to use and power our electrical load. So the utility will come maybe later, generator will come later, battery will come later. So maybe later, when you use it for some time, you have money, you buy battery, you come and include it here. So this setup you can only use it during the day. We have inverters like that can convert DC to AC without necessarily having. You don't need to have your solar battery installed. So you are running a shop, and you say, okay, I go to my office by 10 or by 9 a.m. and I leave that office by say 4 p.m. So I need power during those hours. I don't have money to buy battery. Let me just buy panels and inverter. I connect them. During the daytime I will use. Well, if power fluctuates, no problem, I will manage. So you'll be able to run your electrical loads. Still, let's look at the advantages and disadvantages of this day use system. So when a client visits you, or as an end user you want to go solar, you need to weigh your options. You need to make informed decision. That is the reason we designed this class, this training for you. So what are the advantages of day use system? Not too costly compared to full solar system installation. So when you don't buy your solar battery, it reduces the cost, but it cannot save you as the complete solar system installation. Not too complex to install compared to complete solar installation. Let's look at the disadvantages of day use system. The disadvantages of day use system, and can only carry DC loads except the batteryless setup. The setup we just discussed, in which we incorporate the solar inverter, we call it a batteryless setup. that incorporate the solar inverter but run only during the day. We have expatiated on this. The loads can only be operated during the day. That is another disadvantage. Then insulation fluctuates. Insulation fluctuation, that is, you see the sun will shine, the sun will drop, the intensity of the sun will fluctuate. We call it insulation fluctuations. I repeat, the sun will rise, the sun will go down, the sun will rise up. We call it insulation fluctuation. So that insulation fluctuation poses a serious threat to the usability of this solar setup. If you stay in an environment, government install power, you see solar, a borehole, dig a borehole in your area, you see sometimes the water will pump. When the sun drops, the water will not pump again. That is what we are saying. When the sun comes up again, the intensity, let me say, intensity of the sun rises. You see, the water will start pumping. And when the intensity of the sun drops, the water will be running, gushing out little by little. That is what we call insulation fluctuation. So we are still talking about the disadvantages. So this setup experiences irregularities in voltage and current as a result of variation in insulation. Higher insulation levels result in increased power output and vice versa. That is when the insulation is high, you have more power output. When it is low, you have low. Can't carry heavy loads with high surge currents for a brief period. That was the reason we said, okay, we incorporate the battery so that you can take care of the surge effects. When you start your fridge, the fridge will consume more power than when it is running. We'll talk about this later in the course of this discussion. So don't forget that this is Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy Limited. If you want to get in contact with us, buy our course, you can visit www.asukas.com. If you have already gotten this course, visit our website www.subwaylimited.com. And if you have any inquiry, anything that bothers you, please do well to call or WhatsApp this number. Don't fall a victim. Somebody tell you he's the owner of this course. This course is owned by Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy. Okay, let's consider the third type of solar system. We talked about the integrated photovoltaic system type, advantages and disadvantages. We have talked about the day use system. Let's talk about direct current system with battery storage. Direct current system with battery storage. Remember when we were talking about day use system, we did not incorporate battery. But the very first one, we didn't incorporate battery. The second one, which is we incorporated the inverter, but we did not incorporate the battery. But here we have incorporated the battery storage. So we will have the solar panels. We will have the solar panels generate DC. This is the solar panel. The solar panel will generate DC, and we will send it to the solar charge controller, and we will charge the solar battery. This is the DC control center, DC load center, and this is your battery bank. This is the DC storage with DC systems with storage battery. This is the storage battery. Then we run DC loads. The difference between this one and the very first, the second type of system, that is the day use system, is that this system incorporates battery, and we can operate it during the day and at night. That is the difference. And remember, it is still DC. It is still DC. I think we are following up on this discussion. The way you talk to a client will enable you get the contract. If you don't know the different types of solar system we have, you'll be making blunders. So you can see the PV. We have the PV. We have the charge controller. We have the battery. We have electrical load, DC in nature, and we have the solar battery. So basically, this is direct current system with storage battery. The first one, there was no storage battery. This one, there is a storage battery. So let's look at the advantages of direct current system with storage batteries. Let's look at what are the advantages. Can be powered anytime compared to day use solar configuration. That is what I say. You can power it during the day and at night because you have a storage battery. Can power heavy DC load that requires high surge current for a brief period. I've talked about inductive loads. We'll talk about inductive load in subsequent lectures. Such effects, when you start your AC or your fridge, you see they will drag more power, they consume more power than when they are running. So that effect is called surge effect. So when you incorporate your solar battery, the solar battery will help regulate that effect. So let's look at the disadvantages of direct current system with storage battery. The very first one we have here is can only power DC loads. That is the problem we have. It can only power what? Say DC loads. Say again, it can only power DC loads, which are not widely produced and they are very costly. If you go to hospital, some hospitals, they make use of this setup to preserve some of the samples. They make use of this setup. They have the solar panel on top of the roof. They connect it to the battery and they use it on their fridge or fridges to preserve samples, maybe blood samples or anything they need to put inside of the refrigerator. So, and the fridge is always an AC one, AC fridge. Say AC fridge, AC fridge. So let's look at another type of solar system that we have in the solar industry. We are still talking about module 4. Module 4. We have the stand-alone or off-grid solar system. Stand-alone. When we say stand-alone, that means you are independent. You don't need anything from anybody. You are stand-alone, autonomous. Or you say off-grid. That is separated from the grid. Maybe where you stay, there's no conventional electricity. There's no conventional electricity, and you don't need generator in your house. You are building a very virgin house, and I don't need generator. I want to go solar. Big ball on top of money. So you need a stand-alone. Forget about NEPA. Forget about generator. You need solar. You are going solar. So those kind of systems, we call them stand-alone solar system or off-grid solar systems. from this illustration that you have seen here. This is your solar inverter. This is your hybrid inverter. Don't worry, most times you use the hybrid inverter and you can still use your solar charge controller, so don't be confused. We'll get to that. So when we say a standalone system or off-grid solar system, you can see here there is no conventional. Remember, subsequent ones will show you where the generator is, where the conventional electricity, the PHCN, is connected with it. So but here it is standalone. Say standalone, standalone. Yes. So you have here your solar panels connected here, connected the storage, the battery bank, the inverter, and you power your AC loads. This type of setup is called a standalone system. It's very costly. You deploy this way, you don't need any problem from anybody. You don't need NEPA to come to your house and be telling you stories. So let's look at the advantages of standalone or off-grid solar systems. What are the advantages? The very first advantage is best choice for AC loads that most of our electrical appliances have. You get it? Say I get it. We have AC. In fact, have you seen DC load before? So most of our electrical loads are AC in nature. So it is the best choice for us to use and run those loads. Can handle such loads. I'll talk about such effect or such loads like your AC or fridge. Those electrical loads in inductive loads that consume much power during the starting, and any size of load can handle such load, and any size of load can be used at any time if the system was properly designed. That's, it can be used at any time if the system was properly designed. So let's look at the disadvantages of a stand-alone system or off-grid solar system. The disadvantage, one of the disadvantages is high cost. That means you need to buy so many solar panels, you need to buy solar battery, charge controller, solar inverter, and do the connection, because you don't need problem. You don't need problem from panel generator. You don't need to buy fuel at all. You don't need to connect to the grid. When we say grid, that means we mean the national grid, the NEPA or the PHCN. I don't know what it is called in your own country. So the NEPA or the PHCN, you don't need to connect to them, and you don't need to run your generator. So you need a stand-alone system, a stand-alone configuration, or an off-grid solar system. When we say off-grid, that is, it is separated from the grid. So high cost of installation, especially when heavy loads needs to be powered with solar energy. That is very costly. High cost. Heavy loads means a bigger system size. That means if you need to power heavy loads, you need money, and you have a bigger system size. Many number of solar battery and solar panels. That means you need more solar panels and solar battery. This high cost can be minimized by if heavy loads are powered with other alternative sources of power. Load shifting. We get to here. Complexity in installation. Most time it's complex anyway. So let's look at another type of solar system. We call it the backup solution. The backup solution. Somebody is living in an environment and there is always constant power. There is always constant power, but he said, I don't want to shut down, I don't want a blink of power in my facility, maybe because of the equipment he or she is using. He doesn't need any power fluctuation, so he will need a backup system. In that case, the solar conventional electricity, PHCN or grid will be powering or will be charging the solar battery. So in that case, we call it the backup solution. The backup solution. But there is a disadvantage to when you are going this, when you are using this. If your professional don't advise you well, maybe you were having 5 hours of PHCN, that is the power from grid, and that system is installed. Later there is problem with grid, and the hours of grid power is like 2 hours. It will certainly affect the battery, it will affect the cells. When we get to battery, we will analyze this so that you understand the disadvantage of this in case you are going for this and later your grid have problem. You have to save the life of your battery. So the backup solution. You can see from this diagram here, we have the utility, we have the generator. There is no solar panel here. There is no solar panel here at all. This is called the backup solar solution. The backup solar solution. The backup setup. So this is it. Let's look at the advantages and the disadvantages of the backup solution. I'm convinced and I'm optimistic that we are following this training and you understand. If you have any question, please do well to chat us up. So advantages of a backup solar system. Let's dive in. Not as costly as a standalone system. When we say standalone system, you buy panels. That is additional cost. So this is not as costly as the standalone setup. Not as complex to install as a standalone system. Though you still need to install, but it's not as complex as the standalone system. So disadvantages of a backup solar system. Disadvantages of a backup solar system. So easily prone to failure if not carefully managed. Easily prone to failure if not carefully managed. I will talk about how to manage this system as an end user. When the grid start failing, please inform your professional, your solar installer, to come and add solar panel to the system. That is the way out. So let's look at hybrid or on-grid solar system. Hybrid. We say hybrid. When we say hybrid, that means two power sources or different power sources. Hybrid or on-grid solar system. That means your grid will charge, your generator will charge, your panel will charge. If you have wind turbine, it will equally be connected and it still charge. So when we say hybrid or on-grid solar system, it is that type of system that incorporates different power sources for the purpose of charging your system. So let's look at the advantages and disadvantages. It does not require much solar battery, which invariably does not require much solar panels, and this greatly reduces the initial cost of solar system installation. If you are staying in an environment that you most times have the grid, so you leverage on the grid and you use it to charge your solar battery, so you will not really need to increase the number of solar panels. So but if you are going for a standalone system, you need panels. You off grid, you need enough solar panels to charge your batteries effectively. So in this case, if you are going for hybrid or on grid, the number of panels will be reduced because you have other alternative power sources that charge the battery. So here another advantage is other sources of power are readily available to power electrical load during days of autonomy or during worst case weather condition. That means you can leverage on other power sources to charge or to run your electrical loads, and this will be a plus. This will allow your battery to rest. So let's look at the disadvantages of this type of system. There is still dependency on other sources of power. Assuming you are staying in an environment that you recharge your meter, your conventional electricity, that means you still need to recharge. If you are using generator, you still need to buy fuel or diesel. So another type of system that we have been using is the grid tied without battery storage. I will not want to spend your time here. This is more of advanced. You can generate power and sell it to the grid. You can see here there is no battery storage here. Grid tied without battery storage. It depends on the type of inverter you are using. So we can say grid tied inverter. So grid tied system without battery storage. It's the same approach, but there are some inverters that are specifically built for this purpose. Not that they cannot still be used in the residential. As we progress in the industry, we make use of this type of inverter a lot for commercial, for mini grid installation. So we also have grid tied with battery storage. Grid tied with battery storage. So as you can clearly see, this one will incorporate the battery storage. The only one is the other one, but we still, this type, we call them string inverters. And you can use this to sell, make so much money from the sun. Sell power to the grid and you will be paid. So we have carefully looked at the different types of solar system, starting from the integrated photovoltaic system type, the day use system, the DC system, the on-grid, the off-grid, the grid-tied, and the backup. So when a client meets you, how do you address the client? Look at the advantages and the disadvantages of each of the system type. Make wise decisions and grow in the industry. There are different ways you design each of these solar system type. So you have to be acquainted with it. When we get to system design, we will talk about each of these system type and how to professionally design it. Check us up on www.software.limited. Okay, let's consider module 5. We just finished with module 4. We talk about the different types of solar system installation, and your understanding of the different types of solar system installation will help you make wise decisions as an end user or an installer. Let's consider power generation. Power generation. We are talking about power. So let's see how power is generated. The power you use in your home, the conventional electricity, the solar energy, how are they generated? So there are many methods that you can provide power for your electrical loads as provided by nature. There are different ways you can get power in your facility. The very first one we are considering here is renewable sources. We also have non-renewable sources. Let's look at renewable sources. We say there are many ways you can generate power for your electrical loads. It must not be solar. If other method fail, but our priority is always solar because it's the cheapest, is the best, is the one that is reliable. So what are renewable sources of power generation, or what are renewable energy? So renewable energy is produced using natural sources that are not constantly replaced and never run out. They are sustainable and they are environmentally friendly. we say renewable energy is produced using natural sources that are constantly replaced and never run out. That is, it will never finish till you die, leave this planet. You still have those sources of power. Number one is just the sun. The sun, the Kainji dam, that is the conventional electric by dams. So there are those ones that are constantly replaced. They will never run out of supply. So examples of renewable sources is power generated from flowing water. You can see the flowing water is here. An obstacle is built on this path, and when it forces its way out here, it will generate massive energy that when a particular motor is put here, it will start generating electricity. Let's not go into the detail. Dam for hydropower. This is where most of our conventional PHCN is generated from. So power generated from flowing water. Then wind power. There are some areas that the wind is in abundance, so you can use the wind to generate power. So wind energy, power generated from in motion. So you can see engineer is connecting the solar panels. Solar power, energy gotten from the sun. This is our priority. This is our priority. So let's look at the non-renewable sources. The non-renewable sources are those sources from which non-renewable energy are gotten from. Non-renewable energy is produced using natural sources with limited supply, and at the long run they will eventually run out of supply. They are not environmentally friendly like your fossil fuel. When we say renewable, that is nature keeps on replenishing it. Nature keeps on replenishing it. There's no time you won't see the sun. There's no time you won't see the sun. The air will keep on blowing. So when we say non-renewable, they will run out of supply with time. So example is your fossil fuel. So we are saying different ways you can generate power for electrical loads. One is the renewable sources. Two is the non-renewable sources. And we have given some examples, like the fossil fuel you are using. You go and buy fuel. So those are the non-renewable sources. Nuclear energy, power from nuclear plants. Power from nuclear plants. Why choose a particular source of energy for your electrical load? Why do you choose a particular source of power for your electrical load? I want to generate power for my electrical load. Why will I choose a particular one? I say I want to use this one. Why? So that is exactly what we are going to consider. We are still talking about module 5, power generation. So each source of power generation comes with its own attendant advantages and disadvantages. So each time I want to adopt a particular source of power, I'll sit down and ask myself, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages associated with this method of power generation for my electrical load. Those are the things that will inform me of the best power source I should use. So the very first thing on our list here is the cost. The cost. How much will it cost me to go to generate power for my electrical load using a particular source of power? We have the renewable and the non-renewable. Okay, I want to use solar energy. How much will it cost me? I want to use the conventional PHCN. How much will it cost me? How reliable is it? So the very first thing we have to consider here is the cost. So you have to consider the cost, whether it will be to your best interest to adopt such source of power generation. We have already said that. First of all, think of the cost. How much will it cost me? There are certain power sources which are cost prohibitive to adopt, and one should carefully analyze the cost implication, the comfort, reliability, durability, and the return on investment on one will enjoy while adopting a particular source of energy. So it's not only the cost. When you look at the cost, look at, will it give me comfort? Okay, I'm relying on PHC, and that is the conventional electricity, the grid power. Does it give me any comfort? Is it reliable? Is it durable? And I want to go for solar. What is the cost? Will it give me comfort? Is it reliable? Is it reliable? Can I have power anytime? And these are simple English words. Is it durable? Solar energy, when you install it and you know how to manage it, I guarantee you can use it the next 20 years. Nothing will happen. Nothing. So does it give me the comfort? Anytime I need power, I go and on just a switch and I will have power. The conventional electricity, can I have that comfort? Apart from the cost, is it reliable? Is it durable? And will I have return on investment? So the second thing we are talking about, I want to go solar. So what is the technological development of that power source? So is the present technology in your environment supporting the use of a particular source of power for electrical load? That's the technological development. The present technological development in the renewable energy has made the use of solar energy very visible compared to using other non-renewable sources of power generation. Remember, the topic we are considering is why choose a particular source of energy for your electrical load, and we are here technological development. So environmental consideration, you have to consider the effects that source of power will have on the environment. Why choose a particular source of energy for your, if you want to go use thermal source of power, radioactive sources of power generation, do you know the effect it will cause on the environment? You are using fossil fuel, you are polluting the environment. So you have to consider the environmental consideration. But when you use solar, there is no pollution, no noise, very friendly. So the impact of using a particular source of power should be carefully considered while considering the source of power generation. It's always wise to ask the simple question: what would be the impact of using this source of energy for power generation? So that is what we have already explained, the environmental impact on that particular source of power. Government policies. Government will always play a critical role in some of the decisions you make. So if you are going for radioactive source of power generation or thermal, will government allow that? You are burning fuel in a particular environment and you are polluting the environment. There are some areas you live, they tell you are not going to run your generator. If you go to where big boys are living, you do Aja, Lekki, they will tell you we don't need people that run generator here. That is the policy. So you need to go solar. You need to go solar, sir. So there are government policies in place guiding against the use of some energy sources for power generation because of the environmental impact. You on your generator every night and you are disturbing your neighbor or your neighbors. It's not nice. Go solar, nobody knows when you, every time you have power. So the use of radioactive source of power generation is highly prohibited in some countries because of the attendant effect it is associated with or it comes with. So that is what we have discussed. Durability. Is it durable? Is it durable? That is, will it stand the test of time? When we say durability, how long will it last? How long will it save you? How long? So it will not be wisdom to invest in a power source when you know it will not be durable, irrespective of how small the cost might, irrespective of how much you spend small money. But you know that this thing will not be durable. So why go there? Why use that power source when we have the solar energy and it will always give you what you want? So reliability. The solar energy is very reliable. When you are considering a particular, we are still talking about things to consider before you go solar. What are the things you have to consider before you go solar? Reliability. So the question one should answer as he or she ventures into investing into any power source is it reliable? Will this power be reliable compared to other power sources? That is the question. I want to use generator to be running my electrical loads. How reliable is it? That means every time I need to buy diesel, I need to buy fuel. Is it reliable? Can I have it anytime? What is the cost? So I want to use the conventional, the grid power for my electrical loads. What is the cost? Is it reliable? Will I have it anytime I need it? Okay, I want to go solar. How reliable it is? So why solar energy should be your first priority? Why solar energy should be your first priority? There are reasons why solar energy should be embraced by all, because it is one of the best known source of power generation, where the advantages is more than the disadvantages, as will be seen in the course of this discussion. We are talking about different power sources, different ways of generating power for our electrical loads, and we have talked about renewable sources and non-renewable sources, and we have equally talked about what to consider when you want to choose a particular source of power. Now we want to consider why solar energy should be your first priority. You see us in a moment. Okay, let's continue from our last module. In our last module, we talk about different ways that you can generate power for your electrical loads. We talked about the renewable sources and the non-renewable sources. We talk about the factors, things you should consider when you want to choose a particular source of power, in which we talk about the very first thing was the costs that will be associated with that type of power generation, whether it is renewable or non-renewable. We talk about the government policy, environmental impact, durability, reliability, and we advise you that solar is our first priority. We are advising you that solar is our first priority. So we are trying to say why solar energy should equally be your first priority, because solar is our first priority. So we are advising you that solar should equally be your first priority. Indirectly, we are trying to tell you the importance of solar energy, why it is the best choice for everybody, because the sun is a free gift of nature, and all you have to do is to buy the solar components, which we discussed before, install the system in your facility, and if it is properly installed, the next 10 years you'll be free of buying diesel, generator, and the rest of them. So why solar energy should be your first priority? Don't forget, we are still talking about module 5, and to visit our website you get more detail about Subway Energy Limited. So you log into www.subwaylimited.com. This training is arranged and presented by Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy Limited. There are many reasons why solar energy should be embraced by all, because it is one of the best known source of power generation, where the advantages is more than the disadvantages, as will be seen below. There is nothing with advantage without a disadvantage. So we are trying to let you understand the advantages and the disadvantages of using solar as an alternative power source. So when we say why solar energy should be your first priority, we are trying to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of solar energy. So if we look at the fact this a scenario in which the advantages outweighs the disadvantages, we go for this particular source of power. It's totally free. This is the most important part of going solar or using solar as the alternative power source. It's totally free. You don't pay a dime. If your government your government place a tax on you if you are using solar, well, but the sun, which is the source of this power, is given by nature free of charge. So the only thing is for you to buy the components, mount it on your rooftop or stanchion. Some people, you see them, they place the solar panels on, they just take it outside and connect it and they use power. So this power source, the very first advantage is that it is totally free. There is nobody that will come to your house and tell you, because you are using sun, because the sun is shining on top of your roof, you have to pay for that sun. So if you are not able to harness that sun that is hitting on your rooftop, if you are not able to harness it to generate power for all or parts of your electrical load, it is your fault. But this is the number one advantage. Solar energy is totally free, no subscription whatsoever, no taxes placed on solar energy. It's a free gift from nature and it shines on everybody's roof. That is exactly what we have just described or discussed. The only cost involved is the initial installation cost, no fuel. Other power sources like the non-renewable, the fossil fuel, you need fuel to generate the power. But when you go solar, in fact, you sell your generator. If you have been using your generator, you sell it off, because this source of power doesn't require fuel. You don't buy fuel again. You don't go to the filling station again. Solar cars they are on the way. Solar cars, some countries have started using it. So if your country is not opportune to have it, but solar car is on its way. So there is no fuel consumption here. You don't buy fuel, come and put on the inverter or battery or panel, pour it on the panel or the charge controller. No, you don't need fuel. Fuel is not the source. The sun alone is the source. So no fuel needed. Solar energy is generated from the sun, and therefore no fuel cost is attached to it. So that is exactly what we are saying. No noise or sound pollution. If you are living in an environment that your neighbor is running a diesel generator or fuel generator, you will agree with me that there's lots of pollution, noise pollution in the environment, noise pollution. But if you go solar, even inside your bedroom, which we don't advise anyway, there must be a special house, we call it the equipment room or the powerhouse, that you keep your components, your battery, your inverters, and you stay in your living room or your bedroom. So, but in this case, the only thing you do is to go and put up a switch. Just put up a switch and you have light. So there's nothing like noise pollution or sound pollution when you are using solar. We are still trying to unravel the advantages of using solar as the best source of power generation. So no noise or other environmental pollution is associated with solar energy. That is exactly what we have already expatiated. Most of the components can be recycled and reused. So the next advantage is minimal maintenance costs. Minimal maintenance costs. What we normally tell people is that when you go solar, the stress of repairing generator, changing oil is totally removed. What your solar system needs is just minimal maintenance. If you procure the best materials, if you do your solar system design properly, you know how to design your system effectively, you know how to procure the best material, because we have fake products in the market. I have to emphasize on this, we have fake products in the market. Some people don't even know how to size their system. We will go into that anyway. That is not the topic for this discussion here. So, and the system is properly installed. The system is properly installed. All you need is just to go around your inverter. If there is dust, you just clean it off. Climb on top of your roof. If there's dust on the panel, you just wash it well with just ordinary water and mild soap. Please, those are the maintenance you need. And maybe after some years, you check your connection. You maybe or three months or six months, you check the terminals of the cable, the terminals of the connection. You watch how your inverter is faring. So those are the minor maintenance that you need when you go solar. You don't need to buy diesel again, fuel again, oil again, call a generator engineer to come and service your generator. No, that is not done in the solar industry. All you need is to go around it, go to the powerhouse, see whether there are insects around or whether there's dust on top of those equipment. You just clean them. It's okay. If you buy rugged components, the system will not have any problem if it is properly installed. And you check the panel, clean the dust, and that is all. Cleaning the dust will enable the solar cells, which we already talked about, will enable the solar cells to absorb good amounts of radiant energy from the sun and generate enough DC to charge your solar battery. We will get to that anyway. So PV systems require only periodic inspection and occasional maintenance. That is what I am trying to say. This will include cleaning with ordinary water, mechanical checks, etc. Reliability. When we say reliability, is the normal daily usage of English. Reliability, I have to categorically tell you that the solar system, solar energy, is very, very reliable, 100% reliable. I'm talking from experience. The reason you have failed installation or your system is giving you issues, you are running from pillar to pole, is one, maybe before your professional did the installation, there was no proper system sizing. We will consider system sizing in the course of this training. There was no proper sizing of the solar component. Maybe the person did not procure the best materials. Maybe the system was not properly installed, and after installation you don't follow the normal maintenance routine. In such case, your system will fail. But we have used the solar system for decades in our different houses. They are very, very reliable. There is no day you see a blink of power. There is absolutely nothing that happens. We run our solar on a daily basis. We don't shut it down because we know nothing will happen. So solar systems are reliable when properly designed, installed and maintained. Critical loads are mostly powered with solar energy, and solar energy has been proven to be the best source of power for critical loads. When we talk about critical loads, we will talk about the different types of loads in the course of this training, but because we have mentioned it here, let me just throw some light on it. In the banking big sector, you go to the bank, you use your ATM even by 12 midnight. By 12 midnight, anytime you go to the bank, you have access to your money. So those loads that you run them 24 hours, maybe you put a CCTV camera in your house, and you power them 24 hours every time. That automatically turns to a critical load. So critical loads are those loads that you power 24 hours every day, every week, every month, every year. You don't shut it down. So if you have somebody that works with the computer and you are running your computer like that, you don't have any reason to shut down your computer. Automatically your computer has become a critical load. Or you put up your lights and you don't want to shut your lights down. You don't want to shut it off your light. You run it every day, every night, throughout a week, throughout a month, throughout a year. Automatically you have turned that light to become a critical load. So solar systems are used to power critical loads. So they are very, very reliable. So durability. I've talked about proper professional system design, professional material selection, professional installation, and professional maintenance. Those are the 4 key things that you have to consider when you are going solar. Let your professional, the contractor, understand this. Tell him that we said, Subway Energy said, we have 49 reasons why solar system installation fail anywhere, but those are the basic ones you have to take for now. So when we say durability, that means your solar system can stand the test of time. It can save you for 10 years. This is the thing. If you select the best material, they say better soup na money killer. So if you just go to the market, they are telling you this solar battery is $100. They tell you this other solar battery is $150. So what makes this one $150? What makes this one $100? There are different brands, there are different chemical composition. So they might tell you, okay, this other solar battery is $200. So you choose to go and buy the one of $100. So can you compare the quality? So when you buy it like that, you come and install, before you know it, the system fails and somebody will tell you that solar is not working. No, we have been using this solar system for decades. It doesn't have any problem. So solar system is very, very durable. When I say durable, when you buy correct materials, there is durability if you go solar. So one of the another advantage we have seen using solar is durability. It can save you for a very long time. Solar components are durable. Most PV manufacturers estimate 25 years guarantee period for solar panels. That is your solar panels, if you maintain it, not when you mount the solar panels then you forget about it, year in year out, you don't wash it. We are not telling you to do plenty things, just wash it. Then you check the diodes, check the probes, whether they are in steel, whether they are in good condition. So when you maintain it, your solar panels can last for 25 years. That is the warranty period given by the system manufacturer. So poor system design, installation and maintenance account for most of the solar system failures we are having. Not really because of the fault from the manufacturers. So before you can get these gifts, maybe before your system can last like this, that means you have to go for quality materials, quality company. So the next advantage of solar system using solar is independence. When I say is anybody doesn't like independence, so that means you can get your power anytime. Nobody controls you. When you get, if you are using the conventional power, maybe your generator, there are times you might not have money to buy diesel or fuel. If you are using the conventional PHC or NEPA, I don't know what it is called in your country, sometimes NEPA will not give light. But when you go solar, even by 12 midnight, you wake up, you need power already. When you go solar, you don't need to shut down the system. If the system will run 24 hours every day, every month, every year, nothing will happen, nothing. So when we say independence, that means you can get power anytime, any day you want it. You are the one that will choose to shut it down. So you are automatically responsible as to when to switch your power source on or off. Nobody determines that for you. No cutting of wire or disconnection problem from anybody. Nobody will come to your house and insult you and tell you this is that. No. So photovoltaic modularity. Photovoltaic modularity. When we say photovoltaic modularity, that means you can increase your solar panels. You can add solar panels after installation. And when you are adding solar panels, let it be the same spec. If it is Jingo solar panel, when you are adding, try to make it to be Jingo. If it is 500 watt, try to have it 500 watt. That is photovoltaic modularity. But when you are talking about other components, you might not be able to add, let me say, battery. Though if it is 5 kVA, you want to increase it to 10 kVA, you can do that by buying another 5 kVA. But when it comes to battery, you might not be able to add battery after some time, because the cells of the old battery will affect the cells of the new battery. We will still talk about this in the course of discussion when we enter battery. But I just want to, because we say photovoltaic modularity, you can add panels. When we have other components, we will talk about whether you should add it and how you should add it. So here we are talking about photovoltaic modularity. That means you can add solar panels to your system after installation. So modules upgrade. Remember, we say modules or panels. Modules upgrade is achievable in solar system installation. There is the possibility of increasing the size of your solar system when you so wish, but caution should be applied, because solar battery used for some years should not be mixed with new solar battery, as this results in cells imbalance during charging. That is what we said. When you are adding battery, you should check the cells. So when you want to design your system, take your time and design it and know how far. The next advantage is safety. Though most times some people record fire outbreak after solar system installation, but it has never happened to us. It has never happened to us because we take our time to lock the cables. We take our time to lock the cables. When we will be talking about safety, we will try as much as possible to expatiate on this point. So it is safe to use solar system. So it does not require combustible fuels, but a separate room powerhouse should be assigned for the installation of the solar components. We have already said something about this, and let's look at the disadvantages of using solar. We already said that anything with an advantage always come with a disadvantage. So what are the disadvantages of using or going solar? Initial cost of installation. That is the very number. Where is the number one disadvantage? It is costly. Just that, it is costly, very costly to go solar. But there is a way you get solar without paying a dime. There is a way you get solar without paying a dime. We will go into that. So installing solar system is costly, but the return on investment is wonderful. Yes, if you invest so much thousands or millions into installing solar, that means you will not be buying fuel again, you will not be repairing generator again, you will not be buying generator again. So if you accommodate the money for a long period of time, maybe two years or 1 year, it will equally pay for the installation that you did, and the remaining 8 years or 15 years you will be using this solar free. So that is, there is always return on investment. That is the reason we advise people to go for feasibility study. There is what we call feasibility study, to know whether going solar would be economically viable for the client. Don't just install solar. A client call you, come and install, you just go and give quotation. No, look at the conditions surrounding the solar system installation and advise the client. It's not everybody that must go solar. There are some scenarios you see. Somebody is staying in abroad that is not staying in the house, and is telling you to come and install 50 kVA, and it's not in the house. So we get to that anyway, but here we are talking about the disadvantages of solar energy. And the very first thing we are considering here is initial cost of solar system installation. So another disadvantage is variability of available solar radiation. We made mention of the fact that the sun intensity varies. The sun intensity varies. Sometimes at night you don't even have the sun. During the daytime, the sun intensity will rise and will fall. So that is another disadvantage. So variability of available solar radiation. So since this happens, we take this as a disadvantage, because during the day, sometimes the sun intensity will go up, sometimes the sun intensity will go down. At night, you don't even have the sun. So solar system gets their DC source basically from the sun, and as such, the variation of the weather condition affects solar systems. Okay, that is that. Energy storage. For you to get battery is very costly, because that is the storage facility. That is where we store the DC. So getting battery is costly. So energy storage. For you to power your electrical load at night, you need enough storage to take care of that. So that is equally a disadvantage. PV system requires a storage device, basically the solar battery, and this adds to the costs of installation. You might install a 5 kVA system, and you want to prolong your usage time. Maybe you want to be using some of your electrical loads or all of your electrical loads at night. You really need enough storage. So that is equally a disadvantage. Another disadvantage is efficiency improvement. Efficiency improvement. What do I actually mean by efficiency improvement? Efficiency improvement here connotes the fact that if you want to go solar, you will have to change some of your analog electrical loads. I mean analog electrical loads. There were some AC that was like 1500 watts, fridge 1500 watts or 1000 watts. Such electrical load is not economically viable when you are going solar. You need energy saving electrical loads. Energy saving, like that your AC, you can have it 100 watts. That means the amount of money you spend to run one AC, for example, you can use it to run 10 ACs. So efficiency improvement. So before now, running solar with the electrical load of 100 watts is so much. So we look for energy saving electrical appliances, like you use incandescent bulb. You can't use incandescent bulb to run solar system. We use energy saving bulb, like 5 watts, 10 watts, 20 watts. You can't use 100-watt bulb to run solar. It will drain your battery easily. So you will have to replace those old analog electrical loads. So to reduce the cost of solar installation, energy efficient electronic equipment will have to be replaced. You have to replace the old analog inefficient appliances, and most times this poses great challenge to end users. And another thing we have here is education. Education is the bedrock of any field of human endeavor. This is an innovation that some people are not quite familiar with. Some people, if we talk about solar energy, they'll tell you it's not working. It's not working. And for them to understand that it is working, why the system is failing, you need to educate them. For the people that were electricians, they want to be installing solar now. They see another person installing, they want to follow install. They need education. It is not a field that you just jump in, and that is the reason we develop this course for you. That is the reason we develop this course for you. So PV systems presents a new and unfamiliar technology, and this is one of the reasons we have so many solar system failures. The terrain is not understood by many. The terrain is not understood by many. So you need to train them, you need to retrain them, you need to inform them, you need to educate them. So it's a big challenge. Don't forget, this is Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. If you want to know more about us, visit www.softwarelimited.com. We have other courses that will help enrich you, give you more value to what you already have. You can go to www.ascas.com and you see other courses or advanced courses when it has to do with solar system design, installation, and maintenance. Okay, let's consider why are people not tapping into this huge potential that the sun has provided. We look around your environment. How many people buy into the idea of going solar? How many people are using solar in your environment? So why are people skeptical about going solar? Some people have the money, not that they don't have, but you see every night they run their generator. They go to bed without power in their environment. Don't forget that in our last module we talked about the advantages and disadvantages of the solar system, and irrespective of those advantages we have discussed before now, people are not still tapping into the huge potential that the sun provides. So why are people not tapping into this huge potential that the sun has provided? The very first reason, we want to look at the reasons why people are not tapping into this huge potential. The very first reason is lack of awareness. Lack of awareness. Some people are not aware, and that is the reason we are having this training to inform people, to let people know the best way to go solar, to let people understand the reasons why solar system installation failed, to teach people the nitty-gritty surrounding the solar industry. So the very first thing is lack of awareness, and we are creating that awareness now. So we advise you to talk to people. Take this as your business. Take this as your business. Don't allow people to discourage you. There is so much money in the solar industry. So lack of awareness is one of the reasons why people are not tapping into the huge potential that the sun provides. So most people are not aware of the potential that the sun provides. They just see the sun shines every day. They go to work, they come back, but they come and sleep in darkness. Why? What prompts them to do this? Because they are not aware that there is a source of power that is free, that nature has already provided the sun to be as the best source of power for human beings on this planet Earth. So they are not aware. So your place now is to talk to people, inform people of how important the sun is to them. So lack of awareness is the very first thing. Talk to people, let people be aware of the importance nature has already provided them. Let people know that the sun alone can power all the electrical loads in their facility, and in fact the sun can make you a billionaire in dollars. Assuming you have money now, you install power, you install solar in your own community, and you sell it to people in your neighborhood, you know how much you'll be making. It's all company. So people don't know, people are not aware that the sun can deliver them from darkness. They are not aware that the sun can deliver them from darkness. So past experience, failure of already installed solar projects, that is another reason that when you tell people go solar, they say no. Past experience maybe within their environment, in their neighborhood, they notice that somebody goes solar. They notice that they come and mount panels on top of the roof. Before you know it, they bring inverter, they bring battery, motor enter, and the installers were doing up and down. And within a very short time, they start seeing lights, even when they did not have lights in their own compound. The neighboring compound, there was light, and they asked, what is the source? They say, no, they are using solar now. Wonderful. This thing is, oh, thank God. Let me start thinking of how I will equally live like my neighbor. He's having constant power now. But before you know it, 3 months down the road, the story of this, you people don't have light today. No, engineer said the system is needs some time to wake up. No. The next day, the engineer has not come. He's coming. The next day, 1 month passed, there's no light again. The system has failed. But think of how much the client invested into the project. Think of how much the client invested into the project. If you stay close to such person, will you want to go into such venture? You will not be encouraged, because your neighbor that installed the solar is no more using it again, and if you calculate the cost, it runs into millions. And it is not serving the purpose in which the system was meant. Nobody will want to venture into such project. You see somebody puts his hand inside fire and it got burnt, and you want to go and put your hand there. People will not want to go solar because of already past experience of other failed solar system installation. That is another reason why people don't want to go solar. But there is good news. There is good news. There are professionals who stand by their words, who know what they are doing, who can install solar system for you, and the next 15, 20 years, 10 years, that system will not have any problem. It all boils down to taking professional practices, using professional approach in everything you are doing. It's not every material we use in our own installation. If you visit our YouTube channel, you will be shocked on the kind of installation we do. Banks in communities, mini grid that runs into millions of dollars. Banks, they cannot get themselves involved in something that will not be working. So we install for them, and they have been using it for years now. Nothing happened, nothing, because we know what we are doing. We know our work. We know we advise clients, we tell clients, we go for power audit, we come and design system, we select material, we use professional approach to install. It's not cut and join. So part of the reason that stops people from going solar is past experience and failure of already installed solar projects. In your community, government command install solar street lights. Before you know it, it will be vandalized. It's not even up to 1 month. Those boys will come and remove the battery, do the gara. Before you know it, there is no more lights in the community. People will be skeptical. What is happening? So those are the things that make people skeptical about going solar. So disappointment from a customer who has purchased a solar system that doesn't meet their expectation or demand has caused many to be afraid investing in solar system projects. We have expatiated on that. So another reason why people don't go solar is high cost. Going solar is costly, but the return on investment is worth the investment. The return on investment is worth the investment. Where we stay, we don't have darkness. I cannot stay 30 minutes without lights where I stay. So how much will I spend to be running diesel? Or will I be waiting for NEPA? No, I will not be able to flow well. So though the initial cost is there, but better soup na money killer. So that initial cost is there, but the investment is worth investing. So going solar is always costly, but we have packages that can help you reduce the cost. We have our installment payment plan, we have the lease to own, we have the subscription method, and all this will help you go solar without necessarily having to break your bank account. So high cost is one of the reasons why most people don't want to go solar. When you mention the price to somebody, tell you, okay, don't worry, I'll call you later. That is the end. So among other factors preventing people from tapping into the huge potential provided by the sun is the high initial cost of solar system installation. The initial cost. Installing solar system is costly, and as such, most of the people don't want to go there. One must invest in the project wisely. When you want to choose a professional or a contractor to come and install solar system, ensure that he knows what he is doing. Don't just pick somebody somewhere and say, okay, come install. I've been seeing you do. You are the one that has been doing my electrical work. You know how to wire this house. So I need solar. Give me quotation. They will go and meet somebody. They don't know anything about solar, but do your investigation. Do your investigation. That is my advice. Do your investigation to know exactly whether this person is competent, whether this person will be able to give you what you are looking for. You need power in your house, so it is not something that when you use it for 3 months, before you know it, the system will break down. They will come and do blah, 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 before you know it, the system will come up. The next 1 month, the system will come break down. No. Let the person come to your facility, do professional power audit. We will talk about power audit later. After power audit, let the person know how to design the solar system professionally. After designing of the solar system, let the person select the best materials to be used for the project. After that, let the person know how to install professionally. This course will help end users cut costs. This course that you are listening to will help end users cut costs of solar installation. Why am I saying so? If you know something you know cannot kill you, something you know will never kill you. It is those things you don't know. So if you allow something that you know kill you, that is your problem. But me, I know that something I know will never kill me. Assuming I am in the solar industry, so why will I install system and in my own facility and it will fail? I will know how to maintain the system. I will know how to design the system. I'm already in the industry. So that is the most reason you have to pay attention to this training. You must not install if you are of age, you cannot install. You can, or if you know how to do power audit in your facility. We have students that after joining our training, they are able to design system in their and install it in their facility. They know how to choose the best materials. They know how to install it. If some of them that were electricians, after that they know how to install. So if you are not interested in learning, coming into the industry, this knowledge, you as somebody that passes through our training, you will understand how to maintain your system. You don't need to call any professional again for advice. What the information we will give you alone is your treasure. Is your treasure. You don't need anybody assistant again. What should I do? What should I do? No, you don't need them again. Maybe if you are not, if you are afraid of installing, maybe you say you are not that professional. You just call a professional who knows what to do. If you are close to us, you call us. We come and assist you. We do it for you. And before you know it, you keep on reading and understanding what we do. So this training will help you maintain your system, know how to do professional power audit, know how to design your solar system, know how to choose the best material, know how to install if you are passionate about installation. And before you know it, if you call me and tell me to give you quotation, you think I will give you it's my business, so as usual. So but if you know how to do it, I don't need to interfere in what you are doing because you know what I know. So it's a plus to you. You don't need to wait for anybody to come and tell you why this thing should be here and why this one should be there. When somebody come and advise you and tell you why this thing should be here and why this one should be there, you will not be able to get the best. Some of those people that might come around you, they might not know it. So in this particular module, we talk about the reason why people have not been able to tap into the huge potential that the sun provides. And one of the reasons is high cost of the solar components, past experience from already installed projects, lack of awareness. Don't forget that this is Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy. Okay, let's look at module 6. What do we have for you in module 6. We just finished with module 5 and we are entering module 6. What do we have for you in module 6? This is an extract. This is an extract from one of our textbooks, 49 reasons why solar system installation failed, and 50 questions you need to ask your clients, or as a professional, 60 questions you need to know before you start talking about designing or going solar. So let's consider module 5, and in module 5, what would be our focus? Let's talk about solar system failures. This is going to be just a tip of the iceberg. Solar system failures. We have heard stories abound in our society that solar system installation is not working, or we are having so much failed solar system installation. What is the reason behind that? What is the reason behind that solar system failures? So solar system failures, you install system and within 3 months, 6 months, the solar system is no more working. What is the reason behind that? Why is the solar system fail? Or what happened to the solar system installation that it is failing? Your solar system is supposed to take you for at least 10 years. We will talk about why battery fail, why panels fail, why other components fail. But let's not bring that in here. Let's concentrate with reasons why you have failed solar system installation. Some of the reasons. When you get our textbook or you join other level of the training, we will dwell on solar system failures in detail. So there are many stages, like we have about 15 or 16 stages, processes that is involved before you can professionally install the solar system. So, and many professionals are involved. So this Mr. A will come and do his own, Mr. B will come and do his own. Before you know it, if these people are not aligned, if these people are not professionals, there will be problem. So we say there are many stages, processes involved before a solar system installation is commissioned for use. Maybe as the boss, as the owner of the company, you might not have the opportunity to visit the site for power audits, and you send somebody to represent you, and the person is coming back with fake data. The person is coming back with fake data, or most times the person don't even know how to collect data on site. That is the number one person. And when the power audit information or data is faulty, you are going to install a failed solar system for the clients. After that, you are still the Oga. You don't have time to sit down and design the system professionally because of your busy schedule, and you don't train designers to know how to design the system. You give it to one of your boys, or you tell somebody to design for you, and he design the system. Remember, he's not a professional. First of all, when he went for the power audit, there are certain questions he should have asked the client, but he didn't know those questions. So that is the reason we come up with this concept. 50 questions you should have asked your clients before you start designing the system. 49 reasons why your solar system installation failed. So the person will design the system unprofessionally Offense number 2. Okay, you want to buy, you are finished with designing, you move to, okay, I want to write quotation. You tell your boy, do the quotation for me, and he will make mistake in the quotation. Instead of putting 1.5 million, 1.5 million, he will put 1,500,000. 1.5 million is 1,500,000. Instead of putting 1,500,000, he will put 1,005,000. 1,005,000 is different from 1,500,000. Cases abound that we hear those stories. Cases abound. I'm not just fabricating issues. So cases abound in which you were supposed to write 1.5, which is 1,500,000, but you are writing 1,005,000, and you submit the quotation to the client, and the client approves it and transfer money to your account. When you come and look at how much he transfers, oh God, you will not be able to talk. You will try to manipulate. Or after design, the customer, the client beats down the price, and you say, instead of not doing anything, let me just collect, even though it's 100,000 that remains, no problem. But when you go to the market to buy component, the price of component has increased. You end up buying fake products. Offense number 3. Then when you buy fake products, you come to the site, you do wrong, you don't have time as the boss to go and do the installation, inspect, supervise the installation, and your boys go and install, and they don't install it professionally. And what do you think? Offense number 4. And the thing keeps accommodating like that. Do you think that system will stand the test of time? No. So let us understand some of the reasons. If you need the 49 reasons why the solar system installation failed, please do the needful. So below are some of the reasons why solar system installation failed. Number 1 is ignoring small details. Ignoring small details. We use small details here so that, because some people, the reason why we use small details here is because some people think that those things are not important. Those things are not important. You are installing solar panels on top of the roof. You don't use solar rails. The thing is working now, so what is the problem? Why spend money and do roof racking? You think it's a small detail, it's not important. But those things are the reasons why the solar system is failing. You are installing systems, solar system, you are not using protective devices. The system is working now. Why do you spend money and buy protein? Sometimes you don't even know that you are supposed to do it. So ignoring small details. You want to lock cable, you don't use professional tools to lock cable. You use hammer and knock this thing, and before you know it, you connect it to the battery. Before you know it, the system will catch fire, or before you know it, the terminals will be loose. Before you know it, the system is not, the charge controller, the solar panel is not delivering the normal power it's supposed to. Or you go to the market to buy, you are buying fake products. It will work now. So those are things we say small details, but they are very, very important. They are essential to the success of any solar system installation. So the very first thing that we are considering here is ignoring small details. But here in our company, we don't take that as small detail. There is no detail that is small. So why our system will never fail is that we pay attention to small details. So most times it is not the solar components. We mentioned some of the solar components to include the solar inverter, the solar battery, the solar panel, the solar charge controller. And we are saying that most times it is not the solar components that causes solar system failures. Why do we say so? Because you will be provided with better quality products and you choose to go for the fake one. So basically, when you go for the fake ones, nothing will happen. Before you know it, something will happen. So one of the reasons why you are having failed solar system installation is ignoring small details. I have expatiated on this. So another reason is not putting protective mechanisms like breakers to help isolate a different component during maintenance or thunder strike. We will talk about protective mechanism after solar system installation. Before you even commission the solar system, you need to put your breakers, such and every other thing to protect these systems against thunder strike and every other thing, spike and the rest. So over voltage and the rest. So this protective mechanism will help protect the solar components in case of any eventuality. Some people don't even understand how to put this protective mechanism. So we will have that as a course as we are progressing, as a module as we are progressing. So not putting protective mechanisms like breakers to help isolate the different components during maintenance or thunder strike is another reason why we have failed solar system installation. Not earthing the solar building and the solar component. Earthing, in fact, don't even install solar system without checking for the earthing of the facility, without testing for the earthing of the facility. We will still talk about earthing as a different concept, but here we are trying to tell you that not earthing the solar building. First of all, you have to check for the earthing of the solar building, that it is okay. And after that, you have to earth all the solar components, the solar panels, you have to earth the solar inverter, the battery, and every other component that is associated with the installation, and you earth the solar building. So earthing should not be taken for granted, because if you take it for granted and the building is not earthed, the components are not earthed, when thunder strike, everything will be destroyed. Not a single component will be left unattended to. So the thunder will strike and destroy all the components. That is what happened in most of the maintenance site we visit. The system, the building was not properly earthed, and after installation the installer did not earth the solar component. So that is another problem we are having, the reason why we have failed solar system installation. Not using the correct crimping tools. When we will be talking about tools, we show you how to do crimping of tools. Then not using the correct crimping tools. When you are locking your cable, you are using manual method to lock the cable. No. Some installers manipulate their way through the crimping process and render the solar system susceptible to failure. We have thrown some light and we will expand on this when we will be using crimping tool. This will be practical, and you get to understand the professional way to lock your cable or to crimp your cable. So not putting solar system wires cable with dust pipe to protect them from adverse weather condition. If you climb on top of the roof and you are barefooted, you know how hot the roof is. Even when you are passing cable on the floor, you need to use dust pipe. When your cables are on top of the roof, the heat generated by the roof is, let me not even go there. So it's too hot. It's too hot. Sometimes you remember this wire will be on top of the roof for many years. Rain will come and meet it. Sun will come and meet it. The heat generated by the sun by the roof will meet it. So it is professional to put the solar cables inside dust pipe. We will show you all these things as time progresses. You have to put your solar cables inside of the Dutch pipe. Please ensure you put your solar cables inside of the Dutch pipe when you are running it inside the powerhouse, when you are running it inside on top of the roof, when you are passing it inside the ceiling. Always ensure that you put them inside Dutch pipe. Rat might go and cut your cable. So please ensure that you put your solar cables inside Dutch pipe. So not putting protective mechanism like breakers, not using correct crimping tools, not protecting solar wires with Dutch pipe, securing field connectors at a local low point, which might cause water to hop on wire and lead towards connection. So that is another reason. Not installing solar connectors at the top or side of module frames, rather at the bottom of the frame where water collects and affect the system. We will get to that. Not verifying that all connectors and jumpers are terminated properly. One of the reasons why you have fire outbreak after solar installation is cable termination. One of the reasons you have fire outbreak in any solar system installation is cable termination. We will talk about that when it is the right time. Maybe you are walking on top of the roof, you don't lock the cable well. You are connecting your solar battery, you don't lock the cable well. I don't know how some people manipulate their way. So that is those are the reasons why you have failed solar system installation. Not inspecting for pitch wires and wire not insulated but are exposed to metal edges, wire crafting and crank fault within the racking system also cause solar system failures. And before you know it, things will happen. So we are still in module 6. Let's look at poor system design. Is one of the reasons why we have solar system installation. What we just finished are some of the small details that people overlook, and it renders the system susceptible to failure. So another reason why we have solar system failure is poor system design. System design is a separate course. System design is a full course. Let me use that. System design is a full course which somebody must be very careful with, which somebody must pay attention to, and that we address it in Solar Companion, the designer's guide. So let's progress. Poor system design. I'm saying that it's a full course, so that means there's no point wasting time. So proper solar system design is what guarantees the success of any solar system installation. As simple as possible, or as simple as it may seem. So there are many reasons for poorly designed solar systems, some of which include false or improper data acquisition. You are going for power audits, you don't know how to collect data. So false or improper data acquisition. When you go for power audit, you don't understand how to take data. So you don't understand how to ask the client certain questions. So that is one of the reasons why we have failed solar system installation. So sometimes solar system installers don't visit sites. Sometimes they don't even visit sites, but rather sit somewhere and collect data, work on the data, and design a solar system using those false information. This thing is garbage in, garbage out. If you use poor data, or false data, that is the reason you equally have false fail system. So a proper power audit of the facility is needed whenever any solar installation project is to be carried out, as simple as possible. We have been sounding this repeatedly, so no need to waste time again. Data obtained on site during power audit needs to be accurate and free from errors, as this will affect the result of the whole process. If the data collected on site is faulty, your system. Okay, we are still in module 6 and we are considering solar system failures. We made you to understand that ignoring small details, example is you are installing solar system and you are using the solar panel. Instead of you to use solar rails, you say it is not important. Solar rails racking your roof will enable your solar panel gets free flow of air beneath it, because there is a temperature range that your solar panel performs effectively. So if you install your solar panels directly on the roof without the solar rails, there's going to be problem. Your solar panels will not produce at its optimum. It is rated 200 watts because you have not used the solar rails, it will not give you the 200 watts. There will be some losses because you have not allowed free flow. There is a temperature range your solar panel can produce effectively. So if you don't connect, if you don't do roof racking, it's going to pose a big challenge to the panel production. And assuming you were using 8 solar battery and you size your solar panels, maybe the number of solar panels that is supposed to charge those 8 batteries effectively was determined. But before you know it, because you have not used racking system, the racking system to install the panels, your solar panels will drop, the production will drop. And when this production drop, the power that will be sent to the battery will not be sufficient to charge the solar battery. And before you know it, your solar battery will be under charge. And before you know it, you use it without knowing it. Before you know it, the system will not stand the test of time. The cells of the battery will be affected. So, and another thing is that is one of the small details we mentioned in our last module. And poor system design, wrong data acquisition. Those were what we discussed in our last module. So here we want to talk about poor data interpretation. Assuming you visit a site, do your power audits, collect material, collect data. Maybe if your data is okay professionally, you have collected the data and you come give it to an unprofessional person to design the system. The person might not be able to interpret the data well. So assuming somebody is using inductive load, for example, in his facility, and it's up to 10 or maybe up to 5, and you want to design a solar system of that nature, there is a different approach. When we get to design, we will talk about this. I'm using it as an example. Somebody is using inductive load and it's up to 5, there is a way you design it. That is data interpretation. The type of load will affect the design. That is data interpretation. And somebody is telling you, most of this my load, I will be running it at night. There is a way you design the solar system to take care of night use. And maybe somebody might be telling you, okay, I have a particular load that I will be running it 24 hours. And those are, that is a critical load. There is a way you design system for this kind of load. And maybe somebody is using an inductive load and he's telling you, okay, this inductive load, I'll be using it 5 hours in a day. Okay, during the daytime, I'll be using it during the daytime. All this data needs to be properly, professionally interpreted so that you know exactly how to design the solar component. So poor data interpretation is another reason why our solar system installation failed. So false data collection will surely lead to poor interpretation. But in this case, I'm trying to tell you, okay, the data was professionally collected. During the design stage, the person that is designing the system don't understand how to professionally interpret the data. The system will fail. When we get to system design, we will dwell on it. So some installers lack the technical know-how on how to go about solar system design. Some installers lack the technical know-how on how to go about solar system design. It's not the truth. It's not false. I'm saying the truth. Some installers don't understand how to design. When we get to design, we will break it down and you understand the nitty-gritty surrounding design. It's not about understanding a particular formula. No. Everybody knows the formula, but why do we not have people that understand the nitty-gritty surrounding designing of the solar components? It's not about understanding a particular formula on how to size the solar component. It's the practical experience, the know-how, an in-depth understanding of the details about each of the solar components and how to combine them during the design. So you have to understand the details, you have to know how to read the nameplate, you have to know how to design solar system in any scenario. So the next thing that causes solar system failure is poor material selection. Poor material selection. What do you mean by material selection? We have product A, we have product B, we have product C, we have product D in the market, and all of them are inverters or solar components. Which one should you go for? Are you going for product A, combine it with another product? Maybe you go for this, I don't want to mention any brand here. You go for a particular inverter, you go for a particular solar panel, you go for, how do you combine them? How do you select materials? Material selection is very broad because you select some materials are specific for some design. Like if you tell us, we say, okay, we are going for a mini grid solar system installation or for a commercial solar system installation. We can't use the normal inverters that you see in the market that is rampant, that you know about. If you have been following us, you understand what that means. Ask how much is the cost of those products. So materials that you select is a function of the type of solar system installation you are doing. It's a function of the conditions surrounding the installation. It's a function of the electrical loads that will be run with the solar system. So there are many factors that determine the type of material that you select for any solar system installation. So it's a course of its own. It's a course of its own, material selection. So when you select your materials poorly, poor material selection will lead to poor or failed solar system installation. When we get to another module, we will talk about material selection in detail and how you can select material based on the scenario surrounding a particular solar system installation or type of solar system installation. So they say the use of substandard solar components contributes to the failure of some solar system installation. The use of substandard solar components contributes to the failure of some solar system installation. A solar contractor should understand how to select quality products for the job at hand to prevent failure. There are some materials we cannot use, and there's a difference between a client buying components for us and us buying components. We go for the best quality materials, and we will tell the clients, this is why we are choosing this particular component, and by so doing, this component will give you the best results. So we don't choose materials anyhow. Another reason out of the 49 reasons why your solar system installation failed is poor installation. Poor installation. I don't want to go talk too much here. There's a professional way of installing solar system. Follow our YouTube channel. We will drop the link. Follow it. Try and get in touch with our YouTube channel, and you will be opportune to see some of our signature projects. We install them professionally. There is a professional way to go about any solar system installation. Ensure all components are installed correctly, as intermittent failures can be caused by loose connection or faulty wiring. Go for the best. When you see professionals trying to teach you, educate you, show you the nitty-gritty in this industry, please rush. Don't allow the opportunity to pass you by. We have already talked about ignoring earthing and protective measures. Earthing is very important during any solar system installation. No solar installation project is complete without a careful study and understanding of the earthing history of the facility. Try and test the earthing. It will be better not to invest in solar system installation than to invest in the project without putting the necessary earthing mechanism in the facility and earthing the components. We dwell on this at length. Poor routine maintenance. 1 year will pass, you don't maintain your component, you don't even visit the powerhouse to see what is happening, whether rat has taken over the environment. Before you know it, we have been having cases where rat will enter the inverter and start doing the normal thing, and you will start reproduction inside the inverter, inside the battery. We have cases abound in which we have all those events. So you have to ensure that you maintain your equipment, your components. A year will pass, you don't watch your solar panels. A year will pass, 1 year will pass, you don't wash your solar panels. How do you think the solar panels will produce optimally? See, the thing is, when dust accommodates on the solar panel, on the surface of the solar panel, there is nothing again that will happen. The sun rays will not be, the cells will not be able to absorb enough radiation again to charge your battery. And when that happens, remember, you are using it and you are enjoying it. Don't you know that you are causing serious damage to the cells of the battery, because the battery will be undercharged. When we get to battery, we'll talk more on this. So the battery will be undercharged when dust accommodates on the surface of the solar panel. So you need to watch the surface. You need to clean the panel so that the solar cells will be able to absorb enough radiation from the sun, give you the optimum production that it was designed for. If your system was designed to produce 200 watts and you allow sun to accommodate on it, before you know it, will start, the cell will start rusting, because when the dust accommodates for a very long time, rain hit it, sun come, they will be rusting. and you know, before you know, it's your solar panel will start dropping in efficiency. And when your solar panels drop in efficiency, you will not remember when you size it, you say, okay, 10 solar or 12 solar panels is meant to charge this 4 solar battery. And before you know, instead of these solar panels to be producing 200 watts, it's producing 100 watts. That means half of the power is wasted because the dust has accumulated there. So before you know it, instead of sending so much power to charge the battery, you will be sending half, and your solar battery will be undercharged. And we will talk about undercharging when we continue. So when it is undercharged, the cells will be affected because you'll be enjoying this power without knowing that this battery you are using is not. That's the reason we advise people to put battery monitor in their system. Let's not waste our time. So cleaning, mechanical check, among others, are some of the routine maintenance schedule that must be carried out on any solar system installation. You have to clean it, you have to do mechanical check, and you have to ensure that your system is maintained professionally. Quackery. We don't want to insult anybody here. Quackery, let's just forget about it. When I say quackery, that means people that are not professional in the field. People that are not professional in the field that have find their way into this industry, and they refuse to learn. Learning is a long process. It's not something you just come one day and you start. No, it's a long process. It's not easy as you think. So quackery is one of the reasons we are having failed solar system installation in the industry. Somebody is an electrician because he knows how to connect wire. Solar, you still part of electrical. So it's no, I can do it. Okay, come and install. You collect money. You don't know how to do power audits. You don't know how to interpret data. You don't know how to install. You don't know how to size system. You just carry materials, come and drop the panels on top of the roof, connect parallel, series. Is it not a series parallel? You go online, YouTube, and watch. How do you size? How do you connect? Positive to negative, that is series. Positive is parallel. I can do it. So I can do it. Battery is a 24-volt system. I need 2 batteries. Connect series. I've gotten it. The inverter with power on. There is light. You clap your hand. There is more to that. It's a field of its own. The conventional electrical installation is different. It's entirely different from the solar industry. The way you do things in the solar industry is different from the way you do things in the conventional electrical installation. We have been there and we understand this. We went and learned this, and we have gotten so much experience in the industry. That is the reason we penned down 49 reasons why your solar system installation failed. 50 questions you need to ask your client before you install system. We have been in this industry for decades, and we are the right people that you can talk to. So quackery on the parts of the system designer and the installer will surely result on a failed solar system installation. Quackery. Some end users will opt for cheap cost at the expense of professionalism, and this sometimes leads to solar system failure. If you give a client cost, I say it's 3 million, another person will go and give 1.5 million. Some people will say, no, this one is okay. 1.5. If this time the margin is too much, let me go for the one of 1.5 before two months. The story will be somehow. So quackery, please, that is the reason we come online, to educate people, to tell people the best way, the best practice in the industry. We are professionals in the field. Log into our website and you see the signature projects. Time doesn't allow us to project, or just log into our website and follow our training, get professional training from professionals. What you are giving us is a token compared to the knowledge you will get. So we have mentioned some of the reasons why we have failed solar system installation. Ignoring small details, poor system design, quackery, poor data interpretation, poor data collection, and the rest. So if you need the 49 reasons as a stretch, you DM me, you call me, you'll be given the link to get it. So check our website up on www.subwaylimited.com. A trial will always convince you. Okay, still considering module 6. What determines the size of a solar system installation? What determines the size of a solar system installation? Okay, we talk about the different types of solar system installation, and we talk about reasons why people are not tapping into this huge potential the sun provides. We have talked about some of the reasons why we have solar system failures. We have talked about power generation, and we talk about some of the terminologies in the solar industry. We are making progress. So now we want to talk about what determines the size of any solar system installation. I want to install solar system in my facility, and I want to know the cost. I want to know the materials I will use. There are certain indices that will help you understand the size, because the size of your solar system installation determine the cost. The size of your solar system installation determine other things. The load your solar system installation will be able to power. So actually, let's consider the size. When we say the size, it means how big will my project be. So there are many factors that determine the size of a solar system installation. We want to mention some of them, and in the course of our training we will dwell on some of them. So there are many factors, let's see some of them, that determine the size of a solar system installation. Some of them will be discussed below. Electrical loads. Electrical loads are basically those components that uses electricity for its operation, that have electrical circuits inside of it. So one of the things that determine the size of your solar system is the electrical loads that will be used with the solar system. We will talk more on electrical loads and how it affects the design and installation, the size of your solar system. But here we are just telling you that electrical load is one of the determining factors when it has to do with the size of your solar system. One of the key factors that determines the size of any solar system installation is the electrical load. The electrical load, I repeat, is the electrical load. We will see how electrical load affects the size. Okay, for example, a client wants to power 3 fridges or 3 AC, and another client want to power 10 fridges or 10 AC, do you think they will use the same size of system? No. And another client want to power only 3 laptops. Do you think they will go for the same size of system? No. So the electrical loads that will be powered with the solar components or the solar system is number one factor that determine the size of the solar system that you give to a client. So if you are an end user, you should not tell us, I'm living in a 1-bedroom flat, I'm living in a story building, just one room. No, those are not the things that determine the size of any solar system installation. So your electrical load, your bed, your table, other things the size of your compound doesn't determine, because you might see a 10-story building or a 5-story building, but the electrical loads there are not much. You might see just one bedroom flat, but go and see the electrical load that the client is using. You'll be amazed. So the electrical load is one thing that affects the size of your solar system installations. Then another thing that affects the size of the solar system installation is the client budget. Anybody that wants to go solar must budget a particular amount of money for the project. So assuming you want to power 5 AC, 5 television, 5 fridges, maybe 20 lighting points, your laptops and other electrical loads, and we come to your facility, we take inventory of all those electrical loads. After we have finished with the power audit, we will ask you certain questions, including asking you about your budget. It will be waste of our time to carry those electrical loads, those information we get from power audit. We come and just go to office and design. No, we will first ask you, sir, what is your budget? How much do you want to put into this project? It is your budget that will tell us how to advise you. We will have to advise you. That is where professionalism come in. So when we finish with the power audit, we look at, immediately we finish with the power audit, we would know the size of system that will be suitable for your electrical loads. So when we ask you, sir, what is your budget for the project? And we know the size of system that will be suitable for your electrical load. We know the amount that will be, a rough estimate, not the cost. We will have an estimate. If we look at your electrical load, we know, okay, this will be 5 kVA. How much is the last 5 kVA we install, plus or minus? We have it. Is there any increase in the market in the component? We know. When we look at your size, your electrical load, we know whether it will be 10 kVA plus or minus 10 kVA. We know how much we install 10 kVA. So in that, when we have those rough information, because we have been installing almost every day, in fact we install every day, so there's no size of system and the cost that we don't know, but we will only give you estimate. When you are ready, we do a proper design and cost analysis of your project depending on the condition surrounding the environment, because if we will rent scaffold is different from another client's project that we will not rent scaffold. So other things that will add to the cost, we bring it to bear. So the client budget, after power audit, will ask you, sir, how much you budget for this project. If you tell us that you are budgeting the amount of money that will take care of 1 kVA system, we will advise you and tell you, sir, this budget cannot even give you half of the system size you are going after. Okay, let's do like this. Forget about powering your AC, forget about powering your fridge. With this your budget, you can only go for 1.5 kVA or 1 kVA that will power your lighting point, your fan and your television. This is the cost for that one. If you say no, okay, how much will it cost? Give me a rough estimate. We will not go and sit down and start preparing quotation. We will tell you, okay, sir, this your system will be 10 kVA and this is the rough estimate for 10 kVA. That is when we will sit down and talk. We will advise you to do load shifting or load separation load shifting or load separation, in which you will power some of the electrical load with the solar system and you power some of the electrical load with the conventional electricity you have been using before. In that case, you will be able to cut costs. So the client's budget will equally determine the size of solar system you will give to a client. The client budget is another important factor that determines the size of the solar system installation. We have discussed that. Duration of usage of the electrical loads. I have to be elaborate here. Okay, I want to install a solar system in my house, in my facility. We are talking about duration of usage of the electrical load. This is how it affects the size. I want to be running my electrical loads 24 hours. That is the duration of usage. And another client is going to be running his electrical loads for 12 hours. That means the person that will be running the electrical load for 24 hours will need more solar battery. The duration of usage will not affect the inverter size. It will not affect the inverter size. If it were to be 5 kVA, it will still be 5 kVA, except the client inform you that with time he will increase the electrical load in his facility. But if on a normal, the only difference is that this person is going to be running this system for 5 hours, and this other person is going to be running this system, 12 hours, and this other person is going to be running this system for 24 hours. That means this person will run in the system at night. So the battery storage will change. If this person is using 4 batteries, that is the person that is running the system for 12 hours is using 4 batteries. The person that will be running his own electrical load for 24 hours will use either 8 batteries or 12 solar batteries. When we get to design, we will check and know how the duration of usage affects the size of the solar system and the cost. So when you are using 4 batteries, the number of solar panels you will use will be smaller than when you are using 8 solar battery or 12 solar battery, because you can't say if you are using 4 solar battery, you use 12 solar panel. If you are using 8 solar battery, you still use 12 solar panel. It will not work. The system will fail. So the duration of usage, duration talks about how long you will use the solar system. So the duration of usage also affects the size and the cost of the solar system installation. So solar system design and installation is greatly affected by the duration of usage of the electrical loads. When talking about duration of usage, we are talking about how many hours will each of the electrical loads connected to the solar system will be powered. We have already said that the period of usage of the electrical loads, when we say period of usage, it also affects the sizing and the size of the solar system. The period of usage, okay, when we say period of usage, it means what time, what period, what time of the day will I be using this solar system. It's not about the duration again, the time, how long. This one is the time, the period of usage of the electrical load. Is it in the morning? Is it in the afternoon? Is it in the evening? Is it at night? Remember, during the daytime, in the afternoon, you have the sun that will be helping charge the solar battery, and you'll be running your electrical load. But at night, the sun will no more be there. That means the power source will be directly from the battery, the storage. So this will affect the size of the solar system, because electrical loads that will be run during the daytime and the electrical loads that will be run during the night time, they are designed differently, because you will need more storage to be used at night. Whereas if the electrical load will be used during the daytime, you don't need much storage. because during the daytime you have the sun. The sun will help augment, will help in charging the battery, and at the end of the day you are using it. But at night, if you don't have any other source of power, you need more storage. So the period of usage, will you be using the electrical load during the daytime? These are questions you need to ask your clients, because you are not the person that will be running this electrical load. So you need to ask your clients all these questions so that you know exactly how to design the solar components to avoid failure. So the period of usage of the electrical load, is it in the morning? Ask your client. The morning you don't have the sun. Is it in the afternoon? Is it in the evening? Is it at night? Or the client is not specific. Anytime I can use my electrical load, so I don't have any time. I might feel like owning my television at night. I might go out in the morning, I'm not available. So when I come back, I'll use my electrical load. So in that case, you have to use your common sense to design such system. So we will talk about how to design solar system based on the period of usage, the time of usage, the type of electrical load, the client's budget, and every other thing. So we are still talking about the determining factors of the size of any solar system installation. So the period of usage is another factor that greatly affects the size of a solar system design and installation. When talking about period, we are referring to the time of the day or night that the electrical load will be powered. So we have dwelled on that. Another factor is the geographical location of the installation site. The geographical location of the installation site is another determining factor of the size of a solar system. And the size of the solar system plays a critical role on the cost of the solar system. So the geographical location of the solar installation site affects the size of the solar system. Okay, a client A is in Lagos, in another geographical location. If you did geography, you understand what I mean. Or let me use north, south, east, west in this particular case, so that you know in your country, people that stays in the northern part, in the southern part, in the eastern part, in the western part, they receive different sun hours in the day. People in the north might have 8 hours of sun. People in the south might have 5 hours of sun. People in the east might have 3 hours, and as the case may be. I'm using it as an illustration. So the number of hours that you have, the peak, when we say sun hours, we are talking about peak sun hours. We are not talking about the sun hours you have in the morning. We are not talking about the sun hours you have in the evening. We are talking about peak sun hours. So you have to be certain about the peak sun hours in your own environment. So the geographical location of the solar installation site affects how you size the solar component. So when you are going for power audit, try and understand the geographical location of the installation site and the peak sun hours you have in that particular geographical location. This will help you understand the peak sun hours. We will be using all these data when we are doing solar system design. 5 peak sun hours, we impute 6 peak sun hours, we will use them. So the geographical location of the solar installation site affects the size of the solar. Because if we have more sun hours, that means we will be generating more power. Even there are some geographical locations that even by 5 p.m. the sun is still shining very well. But there are some geographical locations that by 3 p.m. nothing is happening again. And by 10 a.m. you don't have good sun intensity. But there are some geographical locations that by 7 a.m. the sun there will tell you something. So the geographical location affects the sizing of the solar system. So So the geographical location brings to mind the sun hours that prevails in a particular installation site. Different installation sites from different parts of your country don't have the same sun hours. When we are referring to sun hours, we are referring to the peak sun hours where the intensity of the sun is at its maximum. We have dwelt on that. So days of autonomy. Days of autonomy. What do I mean by days of autonomy? There are those days that you will not see other sources of power, or the source of power that help in charging the solar battery will be cut off. So days of autonomy are those days that you will not receive charging from any source. Maybe it will be raining from morning till night, day 1. The second day it rains from morning till night, day 3. It rains during rainy season. There are occasions when it rains 3 days, no sun. So if you are designing a solar system, are you going to put days of autonomy? When you put days of autonomy, the cost will be very high. So you have to understand that, especially when there is no other alternative source of power for the electrical load. So days of autonomy are those days that you will not receive charging from any source. Maybe you have been using electricity to charge. Maybe you are using a backup system. Remember, we talked about a backup system as a system that we don't have. The panels to be charging the battery. You are using the conventional electricity, or you are using your generator. Okay, there is hike in fuel price. You don't have money to buy fuel that day, or even when there is no hike, there are some days you don't have money. So, and you will not on your generator, or NEPA decided not to give power for 3 days, and you still need to use your solar system. Those days that you will not have those power source charge your solar battery is referred to as days of autonomy. So when you are designing the solar system, you have to bring days of autonomy to play. But here, when you include days of autonomy, sir, the cost will be too high for the client. The client might even stop calling you, because if you say 2 days of autonomy, do you know what it means for you to have a storage, a battery storage that will take care of the electrical load? They will be running the electrical load as they used to run for 2 days without charging. The price will not be huge. So, and when you increase the storage, that means you are increasing the battery, the panels number. So when you increase the panel number, the roof racking will increase, the labor will increase, every other thing will increase. So days of autonomy will make the cost of solar system installation very high. So notes. So we say days of autonomy are those days that there will be no source of power charging the solar battery, but the solar battery will still be delivering power to the electrical load. We have discussed this. I like being elaborate in my discussion, and when I finish my discussion, I bring you the slide. I bring you what I was paying down. I bring you, first of all, let me explain it in my own understanding so that you equally understand. You don't need anybody to come and explain it to you again. This training is the final. Don't go and look for training elsewhere. Subway Energy Academy is the best block. So notes from today that the size of a solar system installation does not depend on the size of the building. Some people, when they come to ask you for the cost of solar system, they will come and tell you, I'm living in my house is 3-story building, sir. That is not the problem. We need the electrical load. It is not the size of your solar of your building, because you might you might have a 3-story building, but you are only occupying 1 room. Your children are not around, your wife is not around, maybe they travel, you are the only occupant, or maybe you have 2 tenants and they are using very small loads, just television and lights. Then you are telling us we should give you the cost based on the building size. No, you will run away. So the size of your building doesn't determine the cost of the solar system. The size of your room, you are staying, there are some rooms that they are very big. When they come, they'll tell you, my room is big, I'm staying in three rooms, me alone, but there's no electrical load. It's only your bed, your tables, your chairs that are there. Maybe you have one television or 3 lighting points. So we will base the cost and the size on the number of electrical load, not the size of your building, not the size of your room. The number of rooms equally does not determine the size and the cost of your solar system installation. So we are saying that it's a misconception on the part of end users, that is end users, they fall victims of this, to always assume that the size of a solar system installation and the cost will be directly influenced by the size of the building, the size of the room, and the number of rooms. None of these affect the size of a solar design or solar system design and installation in any way. So the size of your building, the number of rooms you occupy, those things does not affect the size of the solar system we give to you. What determines the size of your solar system is the electrical loads, the duration of usage of each of the electrical loads, the time of the day and night you will be using the solar system, days of autonomy, the client budget, the geographical location of the installation sites, and other things that we will mention in the course of this training. This training is properly organized, sponsored, and bring to you courtesy Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy Limited. When you are talking about power generation, please take a journey to our website www.subwaylimited.com, and all your solar problem, electrical, all the components you need when it comes to solar system, we sell it on our website. A trial will. Okay, module 7, we have just finished with module 6, in which we dwell on some concepts that we will talk about as we progress. You have to have all this information at your fingertip, because the business requires that you need them. The business requires that you know them. So let's consider module 7. What do we have for you in module 7? What do we have for you in module 7? What we have for you here is power audit. A very important concept. When I say important concept, you cannot talk about installing solar system without going for power audit. It is unprofessional, very, very unprofessional for you to talk about installing solar system without going for power audit, irrespective of the size. I say irrespective. When you mention solar system, there is no way you talk about installing a solar system without going for power audit. It's just like you telling somebody, I will get BSc without going to nursery school, primary school, secondary school, and you get to university. You are using the back door to get the certificate. Even though you get it, we know that you don't know it. You are just faking it. So when you talk about the solar industry, you want to design and install system for a client, sir, the very first thing you must, I'm not saying you should, you must think about is power audit. It's key to any solar system project. So before any solar system design or installation is carried out, a proper power audit of the facility must be carried out to determine the power consumption of the facility. It is after proper power audit that the size, the cost of a solar system that will give power to a particular facility can be determined. It is after power audit that you can determine those things. So it is very important, it's pertinent you go for power audit. So what is this power audit? Somebody will ask you, what is power audit? Power audit is basically just the energy audits of a particular facility. You go for a client's you go to a client's house. The very first thing, you take the pictures of the sites, you take the coordinates of the installation sites, you look at the roof plane where will be suitable for the installation of the solar panels. Is the roof is in a good condition? After that, you take inventory of the electrical loads that will be powered with the solar system. You take inventory of the electrical architecture that is already in the facility. You take inventory of maybe how many hours will NEPA, or how many is the facility powered with other sources of energy. Do we have the wind turbine there? Do you have the conventional electricity, the PHCN? Do we have generator? Would these things be used during to be charging the battery? So these are the different things you ask when you go for power audit. So it's a comprehensive analysis of the energy consumption, and when you do the power audit, you need to take inventory of the rating of each of the electrical loads. So we will get to understand this as we dive into this wonderful topic, power audit. So power audit is the feasibility study carried out on energy consumption of a particular building or facility. That is power audit. Power audit is essentially an energy analysis of a facility. When we are talking about power audit, we don't go there to count the tables that we have. We don't go there to count the number of rooms. Even though it is 100 rooms, we are interested in the electrical loads. But we will count the number of ACs, the lighting points, the laptops that are used, the fridges, the AC, everything that consumes power. Those are the things we are interested about when we go for power audit. So power audit gives you a roadmap to what you do during the solar system design and installation. So we are still talking about level 7, and we are considering power audit. An energy audit involves the systematic review of the energy consuming equipment in a building to identify energy management opportunities, EMOs. When we say energy management opportunities, that means when we go to a particular facility, we will tell the client, sir, you see this fridge, this is an old analog fridge. If you want to go solar, to cut the cost of this solar system installation, you will replace this fridge or AC with energy saving electrical loads. You see this incandescent bulb you have been using, 100 watts. No, solar system will not need this kind of bulb. You need energy saving bulb. This your iron that you are using, sir. The wattage of this iron is too much. Let's look for iron that is energy saving. So let's look for AC that is saving, energy saving. Inverter AC. You say, which provides useful information for the building owner to decide on and implement the energy saving measures for environmental consideration and economic benefits. Going solar gives you return on investment, and you don't need to spend much. When you reduce all these, when you adopt energy management opportunities, you will be able to cut down on the cost of the solar system installation, and you will get more return on investment. So an energy audit involves the systematic review of the energy consuming equipment in a building to identify energy management opportunities, which provides useful information for the building owner to decide on and implement the energy saving measures for environmental consideration and economic benefits. So that is, in a nutshell, what power audit is all about. Let's look at electrical loads. Electrical load means your electronics and the power they consume. Example, your laptop, your phone, your television. So when we say electrical loads, we are talking about those equipment that uses electricity. You can see the pictures here. These are your electrical loads. These are your electrical loads. You can see them: coffee maker, blender, mixer, toaster, crock pot, rice cooker, and the rest: your oven, your dishwasher, your clothes dryer, electrical guitar, electrical fan, vacuum cleaner, lamp, light bulb, and the rest. So electrical loads are those electrical appliances or electronic appliances that make use of electricity. We are trying to, because as we are progressing, we'll be talking about electrical load. So we have to let you understand what is an electrical load, so you don't find yourself wanting in this industry. Another thing we will be using is facility. We are new to this industry, we'll be using facility in the course of discussion. Go to that facility and take load inventory. So when we say facility, what do we really mean? So facility means your house. So when we say facility, we mean your house, your business premises, your school, your company, etc. So you can see here, you can install solar in your poultry business. You can have a poultry farm and you use solar to run the building. It gives you more return on investment than running it with a generator or the conventional electricity. So these are the different facility you can ever think of. You can see embassy, courthouse, prison. We can use solar in prison. Okay, let's leave that. Church, where you stay, facility. So when we say facility, we are talking about residential building or your farm, these street lights. Can we call that facility? Okay, let's consider energy management opportunity. We are trying to expose you to some of the terms we will use in the course of our discussion. We have already talked about energy management opportunities. Energy management opportunities means the different ways to achieve energy efficiency and conservation. Energy efficiency, you were using a bulb that is 200 watts, and when we come for power audit, we tell you, oh, you reduce to a bulb of 20 watts, as the case may be, or 30 watts. You have conserved energy. That means you are using energy efficient equipment, electrical load. So when we say energy management opportunities, we are trying to tell you there is a way you can manage power effectively. There are many energy management opportunities. Example, you are not using a particular electrical load, you conserve it, you conserve power by shutting it down. When you leave your house, even if you are using the conventional electricity, when you leave your house, if you are using prepaid meter and you leave your television to be playing when nobody is watching it, no, that will not happen, because you know your prepaid meter, the card, the recharge will soon finish. So when you want to leave, you shut down the television. So the same thing is applicable in the solar system. When you are not using a particular electrical load, please shut it down. That is another energy management opportunity. Energy conservation. You are not using that electrical, and you know okay, you know for sure running this load at night will consume much energy, and you are still running it. You don't know how to manage power, so you can effectively manage your electrical load. There are some people that they don't have enough money to install 8 battery, but they can manage 4 battery effectively. So these are what we consider during energy management classes, how to manage your solar power effectively. So another question is, why embark on power audit? Why do you go for power audit? Some people say it's not important. Why do we insist that we have to go for power? We must go for power audit. You cannot design any system without power audit. So why embark on power audit? That is a very big question. That is a very big question. So it gives you first-hand information on how much it will cost you to switch to solar power. That is the very first thing we discuss when we talk about size of solar system. So when you go for power audit, it will give you first-hand information on how much it will cost a client, or you as the client, on how much it will cost you to go solar. Because when you go for power audit, you will take inventory of all the electrical load, the duration of usage, the time of usage, the peak sun hours in the environment, the geographical location of the installation site, and other things. When you go for power audit, you see whether there are other sources of power that will be used to charge the solar battery. So it will give you first-hand information on how much it will cost to go solar. So it will enable you design and build the best solar system. Yes, if you are a professional and you go for power audit, come back, design the system, select material, do professional system design. It will enable you design and build the best solar energy system. This is not cut and join business. So this is professional field, a professional field. We are talking about power in this life. After food, power, you need those things to survive in this age. If your Android phone shuts down, what will you do? How will you feel? So my phone cannot shut down. So it's pertinent you go for power audits. So these are the reasons you go for power audit. Why embark on power audit? It gives you a database to get the information, determine whether energy is being used efficiently, identify cost saving, identify opportunities for saving energy, highlight potential improvement to existing systems, assist in planning for future expansion. Those are the reasons, in a nutshell, those are the reasons you go for power audits. So let's look at an executive summary of how power audits is addressed. What we have here, the very first thing here is executive summary. We will take a closer look at each of these things that we have on this picture. The very first thing we have here is overview of the audits. EMOs identified. Overview of the audits. EMOs identified. We will break it down. Let's just list it and we come back and we give you an elaborate explanation of each of the topic here. Recommended actions, briefing and implementation plan. Recommended actions, briefing and implementation plan, or on implementation plan. Introduction to building information. We want to give you a step-by-step approach, because if you come for physical training, we might not have time to go through all these things. So you get this information. It is the same thing we give you when you come for the physical training. So introduction to building information, objectives, energy audit scope, audit team, building characteristic, type, floor areas, operation, build a description of the equipment system audited, system types, capacity, ratings, zoning, operation hours, etc. Energy data and survey findings, historical energy consumption of the building, We will break all this down so that you understand what they stand for. System performance evaluation, and practices. identification and evaluation of potential EMOs. Identification and evaluation of potential EMOs. List of recommended EMOs and implementation plan. Conclusions and recommendations. Don't forget that this is Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. We will be back to expatiate on each of the points we have listed here. Power audits. Okay, before now we present to you in a pictorial representation how power audits is addressed, and we promise to expatiate on the different stages of how you go about power audits. So we are considering an executive summary of how power audits is addressed. So overview of the audits, EMOs identified. What do you mean by overview? Overview is example, a client call you or a client come to your office. Assuming he calls you on phone and he's telling you, okay, I want solar system in my facility. And you will advise him, sir, please, I will come for power audits. And what is the condition of your roof? He might not be able to understand. So you need to ask him certain questions. Is it a story building? Is it a bungalow? Because if it is saying that it's a bungalow, you can go with a small ladder. If he said it's a one-story building, you can go with a high tension ladder. But if he said it's a three-story building, you need to really prepare. You ask him any manhole. Manhole is where you use and get access to the rooftop. Because when you get there, you need to assess the roof, especially if it is a commercial solar system installation in which you will need to mount so many panels. You need to assess the roof to know the number of solar panels that the roof can accommodate. So overview of the audits as well. Your client is telling you, I have 5 ACs. I want to power 5 ACs. Okay, I want to power 5 television. It is a hotel. Then you ask him, okay, how much is your budget? He will tell you his budget, and you will go on to ask him the type of AC he is using, he or she is using. If it is all these analog ACs, these olden days AC that will have like 100 and 1500 watts, it's too much. You will not be okay with the solar system. So you need to advise him, Sama, okay, you will need to use energy saving AC in your facility so that it will cut down on the cost of the solar system installation. And when you do that, you will advise him to change some of the lightings, some of the fittings, if he was using incandescent bulb or other high energy consuming electrical loads. You will need to advise him or her on the best electrical appliances to be used with the solar system. So overview of the audit, you need to understand the geographical location of the installation site. So all these things combined takes care of overview of the audit, because you have to prepare for this site and you have to inform your clients before you even start moving, because you need to carry some tools to the site, and proper information will really help you know the type of tools you will take to site. So that is the very first step, overview of the audit. EMOs identified. We talked about what EMOs are. Then the next thing you do is recommended actions, briefing on implementation plan. What are the action you will take before you visit the site? Most times you tell the person, okay, recommended action, I will come so date. You are the one that will take care of my accommodation, my hotel bill, my transportation, briefing. And in addition to that, you need to brief your team that, okay, we are traveling for a power audit on a particular site. We need to install solar on a particular site, and you travel to that. So recommended action, what are the things you need to put in place before you even start the movement, before you even visit the sites for the power audit exercise? Briefing on implementation plan. You need to brief your team. So date we are going for a commercial solar system installation, or most times we are going for a mini grid power audit, or we are going for a residential power audit. That is recommended actions. Briefing on implementation plan. How are you going to implement what and what you need to carry to the power audit site? Objectives, energy audit scope, audit team, objectives. Why do you want to go for the power audit? Are you going there to just see, or are you going there to give a solution for the problem that the clients have? Basically, objective is to go to the power audit site, take inventory of the electrical load, the roof architecture, the roof layouts, know how many solar panels the roof can accommodate, so that you can provide a solution, a customized system, a tailor-made solar system installation for the client. That is the objective of the power audit exercise. You are going there to give the client maybe a residential solar system installation, or maybe a backup system, a standalone system, or a grid-tied system. So when you are doing the overview of the audit, you get to ask the client certain questions to enable you know how you will answer, or some of the questions you need to ask the client. So objectives of the power audit is basically to go and give the clients power that will power all or part of his electrical load. So energy audit scope. Energy audit scope. What are the strategies? What are the things you will need to follow? The scope of work. The scope of work you will adopt when you visit the site. Your audit team must be handy. You need, most times you don't need to go for power audit alone. You need other people that will assist you do the work. So if it is a residential power audit, you can go alone. But at times when you are talking about a commercial setup, you want to go and do power audit in an industry, a mini grid installation, you need to visit a particular village for the purpose of auditing, for the purpose of installing a mini grid for the community. You don't need to go alone. You need to go with other professionals. So that is energy audit scope, and all these will certainly guide you on the scope of work you will deploy to a particular power audit site. It is not all the power audit sites that you use the same scope. So the next step that you have to follow when you are doing power audits is you have to look at the building characteristics, building type, floor areas, operation. What is the building? What are you installing the solar system for? Is it for a commercial purpose, for business? Is it a residential? Somebody is staying in US, outside the country, and he needs power. So is it a story building? All this will enable you understand how you will approach the power audit exercise. Building characteristic. Is it a bungalow? Is it a one-story building? Is it a two-story building? Is it a commercial building? Is it owned by the client? Because if it is owned by the client, you use a different approach. If it is not owned by the client, the landlord must give approval. You must seek approval from the landlord that you are coming to climb the roof. you drill on the roof, and you do other things on the roof. So building characteristics talks about the type of building, what the building is used for, is it a business premises, and the rest. Don't worry if you go for power audits, or when we get to a particular level, we will give you a template that will detail all this. So let's look at system types, capacity ratings, zoning, operation hours. We talked about electrical loads, and when you go for power audits, you need to look out for the type of electrical load. We will talk about electrical load in no distant time. You need to certainly know the type of electrical load that is used on that particular site, because not all electrical loads are the same. We have the resistive loads, we have the capacitive load, we have the inductive loads, and we have the phantom load. So all these loads will play a part on the design of the solar system, and as a professional you need to understand the type of system. And when you go there, you need to know the capacity. The capacity is always written on the nameplate, the capacity rating of each of the electrical loads. Zoning, operation hours. You need to ask the clients, how long will you be using this system? How long talks about duration. What time of the day will you be using this system? Zoning talks about the geographical location of the installation site. So you need to have all this at your fingertips. Well, you might not follow this chronologically, but we are trying to tell you that these are the steps, these are the different stages that you need to follow when you are embarking on any solar power audit. So we still look at historical energy consumption of the building. Most times when you go for power audits, you need to do feasibility study. You need to, going for power audits will also help you understand whether going solar will be the right option for the particular client, whether going solar will be the right option for that client. So historical energy consumption of the building will talk about how much has the client been spending, how much has the client been spending on power on a monthly basis when you are talking of consumption, or how much the client is spending. You have to look at the fuel consumption. How much is the client spending on buying fuel? How much is the client spending on repairs of generator and other electrical needs in the facility? So you have to at least collect the PHCN bills, the NEPA bills for at least 1 year. You have to collect the NEPA bill for at least 1 year, because these are facts. These are things you will use and analyze and tell the clients, this is how much you have been spending on maybe recharging your meter or on NEPA, and this is how much you have been spending on diesel. But if I bring this solar system installation, this is how much you spent, and if you divide this money, if you divide the total cost of this solar system installation, this is how much you'll be spending in a year. And in 3 years, you'll be able to, the investments will be able to take care of itself. And the remaining years will be your return on investment. That is how to look at the feasibility study. And if you go for a particular site and going solar for the client will run into, before the client will get return on investment, it will take 20 years. Please advise the client to forget about solar. Solar is not the right option for the client. If it will take 20 years before a client can get return on investment, solar system installation is not the best option for the client. So historical energy consumption will delve into the expenditure the expenditure the client had been spending on other sources of power, and how solar system installation will be a plus, will cut down on the cost of power generation for the clients. So system performance evaluation, O&M practices, and we call it identification and evaluation of potential EMOs. We talked about EMOs before now, and we don't need to talk more on it again, because when you go for power audit, in some banks that we go for power audits, all the electrical loads will be removed, all the AC will be changed, all the lighting points will be changed. That is the best way to reduce the cost of solar system installation. Because if the old AC that they were using, in the banking hall or in the premises, in the facility, was each of the AC was 1000 watts, we have, and that is the power rating of each of the AC. Now we have AC that can be as low as 200 watts. Okay, if you are having 200 watts AC, that means the cost of running one AC, if you change it, you use it and run 5 AC. Okay, if you are using an incandescent bulb that is 100 watts now, and you are powering that incandescent bulb, that means you are running your solar system with 100 watts, and you advise the client to change that bulb to 20 watts, assuming. That means the cost of running one 100 watts incandescent bulb, if you bring in energy saving bulb, that means you use that same cost to run 5 lighting points. That is what EMOs talk about. You remove all electrical loads, all electrical appliances that consume much power, and you replace them with low energy consuming electrical appliances. Lists of recommended EMOs and implementation plan. List of recommended EMOs and implementation plan. That is when you have recommended the EMOs, and you list them to the clients, and you equally tell the client, this is how we will go about your projects implementation plan. This is how we will go about your projects. Since you cannot afford, there are instances a client cannot afford buying 12 solar panels. He's saying, okay, I'll be running this load during the daytime and at night, but I don't have money to buy 12 solar battery as you have recommended. So at night, you advise the client to shut down some electrical loads and only run small electrical loads that are of lower wattage. That is the only way to cut costs. So when you go for power audits, it's a whole lot of advice for the client. So conclusion and recommendations. There must always be conclusion. You tell the client, okay, I visited your site, this is what I've observed, this is what I've observed, this is what we have to do. I'll get back to you, and I will come with the cost implication. I'll come with the BOQ, bill of quantity, for the installation or for the implementation of the project. Bye bye, and you people will wish other well. So the client will, the professional will go back to the office, sit down, design the system, and give you the feedback. So don't forget, we are talking about power audits, and we are talking about a step-by-step, a sequence in which power audit is carried out, and those things you need to ask your clients when you go for power audits. From what we have discussed so far, we have been able to talk about overview of the audits EMOs identified. We talk about recommended actions, briefing on implementation plan. We have talked about objectives, energy audit scope, and audit team. We have equally talked about building characteristics, and it is my opinion that you really understand what each stands for. We have discussed about system types, capacity ratings, zoning, operation hours. We have talked about historical energy consumption of the building. How much has the client been spending on power before you want to install solar? Because you need to analyze this. You need to put facts side by side, the data. This is how much you have been spending on power. But when I bring solar system, this is how much you will be spending. System performance evaluation, and in practices, identification and evaluation of potential EMOs, list of recommended EMOs and implementation plan. Then we talk about conclusion and recommendations. Don't forget, this is Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway. Okay, we talked about power audits, chronologically how to go about power audits. Now we want to talk about types of solar power audits. Types of solar power audit. The very first one we are having here is benchmarking power audit. Benchmarking power audit. This type of power audit consists of a whole body energy use analysis based on the historic utility use, costs, and the comparison of the performance of the building to those of similar building. In this type of power audit, you are doing analysis of the whole building energy use based on historic, that is based on historic utility use, that is past history of the energy consumption of a particular building, and you compare it with other buildings close by or similar buildings. Then we equally have walkthrough power audits, and we said this involves a visit of the building in order to identify energy conservation measures and energy saving opportunities. You are just going there to check how you can cut down on the cost of solar system installation and the best approach to adopt when we are talking about EMOs. And we have detailed power audit, and it consists of a detailed site walkover to identify the energy profile of the building by completely surveying great detail. That means a detailed power audit. As a professional, there are some detailed information you need when visiting a site for power audit. We have dwelled on some of these concepts before now. And the next one we have is investment grade power audit. This type of energy audit involves detailed analysis of capital intensive improvement and require rigorous engineering analysis. It's very simple to understand. Classification of power audits. After types of power audits, let's consider classification of power audits. We can have residential power audit, that means in a residential building. Commercial power audit, that means in a commercial setting. We have industrial power audit, that means in an industrial setting, or a mini grid, that is a community setting. So let's look at some of the tools, just the basic tools. We are not going to be detailed about this. When you start going for power audit, or when we will be talking about tools, we will be more detailed on each of the tool that you use, because each power audit requires different tool So basic tools for conducting solar power audits. You need to go there with your writing materials. You need to go there with your writing materials, basically for taking data, for writing. You need to go there with your clamp meter, for measuring electrical parameters. We will show you how to do this thing. You need to go there with your digital caliper for measuring of roof gauge. For measuring of roof gauge, you can see how we use this vernier, this digital caliper. This is the digital caliper. The gauge of this roof, you need to cut a portion of the roof so that you can measure it, just a very little. So you can see this roof gauge is 0.7. This other roof gauge is 0.5. We will talk about roof gauge when we will be doing roof. When we will be talking about roof racking, we will talk about roof gauge in detail, because there are some roof gauge, there are some roof you climb and it is just like nylon. If you don't know how to work on it, there will be problems. So what will happen when you are carrying solar panels climbing the roof? So digital caliper is one of the tools that you use during power audits. This is a roof gauge. It's measuring this roof gauge. We talk about digital caliper when we were in primary school, secondary school, but here we are using it. So all those things that we were taught in secondary school, it's applicable in the solar industry. So digital compass. This will tell you your geographical location, your north, south, east, and west, because there's a position that you need to place your solar panel. So with your digital compass, you will be able to know the right location of your solar panel. So measuring tape for taking measurement. Let's take a closer look at a step-by-step approach for conducting solar power audits. A step-by-step approach for conducting power audit. What are the things you will do when you go for power audits? You need to check the electrical architecture of the building to ensure the type of electrical installation that was done. If you look at this place, the electrical installation here, jaka, everything is scattered. So when you go for power audit, you need to know which phase is. If it is a 3-phase building, you need to understand it. Can you work on a 3-phase building? It is a single phase and the rest. So you need to visit the powerhouse, the control unit, the DB, to check the condition of all those things, because sometimes you need to work on the DB so that you arrange the cable well. This is electricity, so you don't need to, after you install solar, somebody's building will be on fire and they will attribute it to you. You can see maybe this is check the following defective DBs and change over switch, etc. You can see how neat this DB is. You can see how this other place is. So jaka. So you need to advise the clients, and you go there with your, after installation, you have to put your fire extinguisher. We are not saying that every building is supposed to be provided with fire extinguisher. Every building, whether you install solar or you don't install solar, your building is supposed to be improvised with a fire extinguisher. You can see how this DB is neatly arranged. You can see this DB, you can see this other DB. Which one will you prefer? Even though you are an end user, which one? Very neat. This one is so scattered, but look at this one, very neat. I'm just showing you this as an example. But there are some clients that you visit them, you tell them this is what I will do, they will tell you no, I don't have money for that. But there is nothing you can do. So you have to equally take stock of the electrical loads to be powered with proposed solar energy. This energy conservation, go green. So look at all these electrical loads. There are smart low energy consuming electrical appliances. You can see bulb is 3 watt, 5 watt, 7 watt, 9 watt, 12 watt. Energy efficient home appliances that will help you save the planet. So you don't need all those old analog electrical loads that consumes lots of power. Energy saving equipment. So take stock of the electrical load to be powered with the proposed solar, and advise the client that, sir, you need to change this one, or you need to change this one, and check the rating of the electrical load. When we are talking about the size of any electrical load, we are not talking about the physical size. We are not talking about the physical size. We are rather talking about the wattage of each of the electrical loads. So when we say the nameplates, I'm just showing this so that you understand what I mean by nameplate. Nameplates is what tells you every information about the electrical load. So this is a nameplate. This is an MPPT charge controller with that is rated 20 amp. 20 amp, that is the current, and the voltage. This you can use it with a system of 12 volt, 24 volt, 36 volt, 48 volts, and the maximum PV voltage that you should send to this charge controller is 150. Maximum power, if it is 12 volts, the maximum, if you are connecting it as 12 volt system, it should be 720 watts. That is the PV power that you should send to the charge controller. If you are configuring it as a 24 volts, the highest power you should send to it is 1140 watts. 1440 watts, sorry. If it is a 36 volt setup, it should be 2100 watts. 2800 watts if it is a 48 volt system made in China. If you look at this other nameplate, so each electrical load, you will see this kind of thing on the electrical load. This is what will tell you the rating, the power rating. If you don't see the power rating, you always see the current and the voltage. When you multiply the current and the voltage, it will give you the power rating in watts of the electrical load. You can see this one is 700 watts. So the nameplate tells you the rating of the electrical load. So consider the operating hours of each of the electrical load. So when you go for power audit, you have to ask the client. We will provide you with a template that you will use when you go for power audits to record all this. So let the client tell you the operating hours of each of the electrical load that will be used. So you have to agree on the powerhouse or equipment room location. You have to agree on the powerhouse or equipment room location. It's very paramount, it's very necessary. Your solar system installation must be provided with an equipment room. It must be provided with an equipment room. Very, very important. Very, very important. So when you provide an equipment room like this, you put an AC, and this equipment, this solar component will be enjoying AC. So as you can see, this is the powerhouse. So you have to agree on the powerhouse location. So you have to determine the cable length, because cables are very costly. You have to determine the cable length that will be needed for the solar system installation. Maybe from your solar panels to the powerhouse, from your powerhouse to the DB, and other cables that will be needed for the proper installation of the solar system. So we are trying to tell you a step by step or what you need, those information you need when you go for power audit. You can see this roof. Check the roof status. Check for missing, damage, defective, or under-specified roofing sheet. Like what we showed you before, the roofing sheet was 0.7 gauge, 0.5 gauge. You need to check. So you can see this roof it's not encouraging to go to this roof to mount solar panel, because this solar panel have a lifespan of 25 years, and during this time frame you are not expected to tamper with the roof again. They don't go and install solar system, and after installation the roof will start leaking. If this roof, if the client's roof is like this, advise him or her to replace this roof with new roofing sheets, or you go for stanchion. You advise him to use stanchion, so that when you finish installing, the roof will not leak and he will blame it on you. It's unprofessional. This roof that is like this is patch, and it might not be leaking. So imagine somebody will mount on this roof, climb this roof, move from, because it's certain this roof will serve as the walkway, the path you will be moving left, right and center to prepare the roof, do roof racking, carry panels, connect and do a whole lot of things. So it will be subjected to pressure. So if you meet a roof like this and you are going to install solar panels here, sir, after installation of the solar panel, this roof will leak. There will certainly be a leakage. Already it's leaking already. That is the reason you see all these patch. They are using this thing to patch the roof. So they are using it to patch the roof. So don't try it. Advise the client to change the roof. You can see it's the same roof, but you can see this roof we are seeing. It was like this, and we advise the client that the roof needs a total overhaul. Carry out a proper check on the roof to know if the roof is suitable for solar panel installation, and if not, request for roof maintenance or ground mounts. Request for roof maintenance or ground mounts. After we finish working on this roof, this is how it is, and you can see the roof racking of this same particular roof. You can see the roof racking, and there is no way you mount solar panels on this roof and it will leak. The next 20 years, 25 years, it will never leak, because this is a new roof and it is the right gauge. There is a gauge for solar panels installation. The roof gauge, we will talk about that. You see, before we start mounting this, we have just finished with roof racking, and before we start mounting, we will ensure that we earth all the rails here. When we get to roof roof racking, we talk about this. So don't agree to mount solar panels on this type of roof. Please ensure, recommend a total overhaul of the roof. So equally check the roof dimension if it will contain all the panels. If proposed solar panels are much, roof dimension. This roof dimension will enable you know how many solar panels this roof can accommodate. How many solar panels this roof can accommodate. So from here to here is 4 meters. From here to here is 9 meters. This is the roof layout. You can see exactly the way the roof is what we are taking, we are drawing. We use hand sketch. When we use the computer. Sometimes we use AutoCAD to give this design. So you can see now, this is the roof dimension. This will tell you, this will help you understand the number of solar panels this roof can accommodate. The number of solar panels this roof can accommodate. This is the front of the building, this is the back. So everything we do is documented, it's detailed. It's detailed. As a professional, you need to have every detail of what you are doing for your client. So locate the installation plan for the solar panels installation. You can see we mentioned, okay, this will be plane 1, this will be plane 2, this will be plane 3. So there are some roof you go to, you have like 7 planes for panels installation. The roof is jaga. The roof is jaga jaga, so you also put the solar panel jaga jaga. That is the nature, that is the roof dimension, that is how the roof is, that is the roof architecture, that is the way the roof is. So you check, okay, this is plane one will accommodate this number of solar panels. You have to squeeze and put, because the more the solar panels, the more the power generation. So if you go to a particular site and the size of roof is not much, you have to recommend ground mount or stanchion. You have to recommend ground mount or stanchion, because the size of roof equally determine the size of system you give. Assuming you go for a commercial solar system installation and the only available roof can accommodate like 40 solar panels, and it is in a commercial setting, you need power, sir. You need, if you are to install like 60 kVA or 50 kVA, 40 solar panels cannot even charge the battery. So you need extra space for the panel installation. So if ground mount will be used, find a suitable space for the construction of the panel stanchion. This is stanchion, panel stanchion. So this is ground mount. We do all this and check for shading and advise the client accordingly. There might be tall buildings close to your client's building. If the tall building will shade your client building, there is no way you mount solar panels there. It's a waste of resources. So what you advise is to look for another location. You cannot tell the owner of the other facility to bring down the facility because you want to install solar. You need to find an alternative. So check for shading and advise the clients accordingly. If there are tall trees in the environment that will shade the solar panels, you have to tell the client that these trees will be bring down or will be brought down. So make sure you test for earthing. Make sure you test for earthing in the facility and be sure that the earthing is perfect. We will talk about earthing later. So don't forget, this is Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. A visit to our website www.softwarelimited.com or asukas.com. www.asukas.com will always give you more information about what we do. For any inquiry, just chat or call 234-8067430921 or 234-701271562, and you will be properly at. Okay, let's look at module 8. Module 8. What do we have for you in module 8? What do we have for you in module 8? Electrical loads is what we are going to consider in the module 8. Electrical loads. Electrical loads. We gave you some hints on electrical loads, that there are those electronic appliances that uses electricity in its operation. But let's take a closer look at electrical loads so that we move on. So electrical loads are objects that uses electricity. Electrical loads are objects that uses electricity. So any object that uses electricity, or any device, let me say a device that uses electricity, they are called electrical loads. The electrical power may either be AC or DC. Electrical power, when we were talking about types of solar system, we mentioned that some solar systems are DC in nature, during which you can only use that type of solar system during the day, So some electrical loads can be DC or AC in nature. Example, television, AC, laptop, light bulb, radio, etc. So electrical load is simply any component of a circuit that consumes power or energy. That is by way of definition what an electrical load is. There are those equipments, those devices that requires power for its operation. So these are samples of electrical loads. We already showed you this. Some of the electrical loads, just some of them. So when talking about electrical loads, we divide them into different types. By pictorially, we have resistive loads, we have inductive loads, we have capacitive loads, we have phantom loads, we have critical loads. But let's take a closer look at types of electrical loads. When we get to designing of the solar system, we'll get to learn how to design the different types of solar system based on the type of electrical load. So the very first one we have is the resistive loads. The resistive loads. What do we mean by resistive loads? Taking a look at this picture, you understand what I mean by resistive loads. So we say resistive loads are those electrical loads that make use of heating elements. Simple. There are those loads that make use of heating elements. Resistive loads are loads consisting of heating elements. They include incandescent lights, toasters, ovens, space heaters, coffee makers, etc. Those, like your hot plate, when you on it, when you plug it on the wall socket, you see the elements will be hot. So like this incandescent bulb, it consists of heating elements. Those kind of loads consume lots of energy, consume lots of power. It will drain your battery very quickly. So please, when you are running this kind of loads, in fact the incandescent bulb, we don't even advise people to use it with solar. Please remove it. Don't use incandescent bulb with solar. This hot plate you are seeing here, don't use it with solar. Because if you check the rating, you know what I mean. If you want to use it, let it be in the daytime or when the sun intensity is very high. Not that the solar system will not be able to power it. No, that is not what I mean. The solar system will power it, but it will drain your battery easily, very fast. It will drain your battery very fast. It drains your battery very fast. This incandescent bulb drains your battery very fast. So resistive loads consist of heating elements, and these types of loads drains your battery easily. So don't even try to use it during at night. Don't even try to use them at night. You finish your battery, and before you know it, you complain that this system is not last. The system doesn't last. Who causes it? You are the problem. So let's look at inductive loads, another type of load. Inductive loads. What are inductive loads? Inductive loads are those loads that make use of motors in their operation. They are those loads that make use of motors in their own operation. Like your AC, your fridge. When you on them, you see they will drag. If you are using a generator, if you are running a business center, you use photocopying machine. It consists of heating element. When you on the generator, you see when the copier wants to start, you will change the voice, the sound of the generator. That is another example of inductive load. They consist of motors. When you on your AC, you see if you are using generator, the sound of your generator will change. That means it's dragging more power within a very short time the thing will normalize. Within a very short time the thing will normalize. That means it requires no power during the starting process. We call it surge effects. Surge effects. So it requires no power when it is starting than when it is running. So those loads are called inductive loads. So by way of definition, we say inductive loads are loads that make use of motors in their operation. There are those loads that make use of motors in their operation. So we say using this type of loads will require your system to be properly sized to take care of the starting process of these types of electronic loads. So if you are using, if your inductive, for example, if your inductive load is 1000 watts, if your inductive load is 1000 watts, professionally, if you are looking for a size of system to use, for the right size of system that will run a 1000 watt inductive load, you need 3 kVA, because we say that they are referred to as such loads, and when designing solar systems that will power inductive load, the inverter size should be 3 times bigger than the rating of the inductive load, so that it can handle the surge effect. That is the starting process, during the starting process of those loads. That is exactly what I'm explaining. When you are powering inductive loads, during the starting process, they will require more power. If it's rated 1000 watts, it will require times 3 of that power to start. But when it starts, it will come back to the 1000 watts. So that is the surge effect. So when you are designing solar inverters, you need to, when you are designing systems that will be powered with inductive loads, you need to oversize the inverter. You need to oversize the inverter. And when you are designing solar systems that will be powered with resistive loads, you are advised not to run those loads during or at night. You can run them during the daytime, and you are not supposed to run them for a long period of time. You are not supposed to run them for a long period of time because they drain your battery easily. Example of inductive loads are fans, vacuum cleaners, dishwashers, washing machines, the compressors in refrigerators, and air conditioners. Those are some of the electrical loads that are classified as inductive in nature. Remember, we are talking about types of electrical load, and we make mention of the fact that when you are designing the solar system, you need to understand the type of electrical load that will be powered with the solar system. And understanding this will tell you how you should choose your materials. So we will talk about system design later. So just bear in mind that we are talking about types of electrical load, and we have mentioned resistive loads, inductive load. This is your fridge. You can see your AC, your fridge. These are inductive loads. So let's look at capacitive loads, another type of load, capacitive loads. So capacitive loads do not exist in a standalone format. That is, there is no electrical load that is purely capacitive. No device are classified as capacitive in the way light bulbs are categorized as resistive and air conditioners and inductive. Capacitors in large circuits are useful in controlling power use. They are often included at electrical substation to improve the overall power factor of the system. So there is no particular electrical load that is say, oh, this one is capacitive, because all electrical components make use of capacitors. So let's look at critical loads. Critical loads. What are critical loads? We said something about critical loads before now, that there are loads. Any electrical load can be a critical load. There is no electrical load that you say this one is a critical load. This one is critical load. But the way you use it, if you use it for 24 hours every day, every night, every week, every month, throughout the year, you don't shut that system down. If your AC is running like that, you have turned it to a critical load. If your fridge is running like that, you have turned it automatically to become a critical load. If your laptop is running like that, you have turned it to become a critical load. But basically, cameras are critical loads, ATM machines are critical loads, life-saving equipment in the hospital, there are critical loads. So critical loads are loads that run for 24 hours every day, all year round, and you already know that the duration of usage is one of the determining factors when sizing a solar system. And listen, when you say critical loads, you know it runs for 24 hours all year round. So when you are sizing systems that will be critical, you have to really be careful. There are electrically driven loads backed up by a source that is independent of the normal grid power. Independent of the normal grid power. Independent of the normal grid power. In which such sources of power is not allowed to shut down. When you are running critical loads, you are not supposed to shut down those power sources. You see, example of loads that are classified as critical in nature include data centers. Data centers, maybe if you have a website, there are some companies that are hosting companies. They host your website. There's no time you log into your website and you see it will be down. Those centers, data centers, in which people's data, your bank, there's no, when you log into your bank app and all those things. So those equipment needs to be run for 24 hours. The hosting company of your website, there's no day they will tell you the power shut down. If power wants to shut down, they might notify you that they will go on maintenance. That means they will shut down power, so that you will be informed that during this time and this time they will be on maintenance, so that you don't complain. They have already informed you. So those kind of places have uninterrupted power, and the best source of power for such places is solar system. Life support equipment in hospitals. So if somebody is on life support, power is not supposed to be off. ATM in banks, there are also critical loads. CCTV camera. These are all critical loads. So let's look at phantom loads. Some people call it vampire loads. Phantom loads are those electrical loads that still uses electricity or standby power when turned off. Phantom loads. So the above devices consume energy even while they are in the off mode. These loads uses standby power to keep the clock's time and remote control. Even though we shut this type of loads down, they will still be consuming power. Even when you shut this type of electrical load down and they are plugged to the wall socket, they will still be consuming power. That is what phantom loads does. Your television is plugged to the wall socket and you shut it down. It's still drawing some amount of power from your battery. So the best thing is to unplug it from the wall socket. A sample of electrical loads that are classified as phantom is your television, DVD players, cable boxes, laptop chargers. You can see all of them. How to manage phantom and vampire loads in your home. So I've already said that these loads are called vampire loads or phantom loads. Even when you shut them down, they still consume power. So you have to, I've already said that you unplug appliances and electronic devices when you are not using them. That is number one way you can manage those loads so that they don't drain your battery. When you are not using it, please remove it from wall socket. In fact, it's wisdom to always unplug your electrical load from the wall socket, because even when you shut them down, they still consume power. If you are not charging your cell phone or other battery operated device, unplug the charger from the wall socket. Use power strips that allow you to unplug every electronics by flipping a single switch. So will my electric bill be lower if I use a power strip? This is a power strip. That means if you unplug this, you have off all this now. Or to plug device directly into an electric wall outlet. So to plug devices directly to electrical wall socket, for you to remove all of them at a time will take time. So if you have this power strip, you can just unplug this from the wall socket and everything will be off. So how to manage phantom loads or vampire loads is what we are still talking about. So when you are looking to purchase or replace electronic devices that are not easily unplugged, look for Energy Star devices, that is energy saving electrical loads. Energy Star home electronic device uses power in their standby mode, therefore reducing your overall phantom load. So please, these are the different ways you can reduce power. Don't forget, we were talking about types of electrical loads. In which we have mentioned resistive loads, we have mentioned inductive loads, we have given example, and we have mentioned critical loads, phantom loads. These loads affect the way you design your solar system. Basically, as you grow in the industry, you understand more of how these loads affect your solar system design. Don't forget, this is as usual Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway. Okay, how electrical loads affect the size of a solar system. How electrical loads affects the size of electrical system. How electrical loads affect the size of a solar system. We will not be able to exhaust this. We will just throw some lights. Let me just do some recap of what we have done so far. We have told you that if you are running your solar system, the type of electrical loads you use will affect the cost, because if you are using resistive loads, they consist of heating elements and they will consume more power for it to run. If you are running inductive loads, the size of your inverter must be times 3 of the size of your load. And if you are running critical loads, that means your storage must be big enough to take care of those loads, because those loads will be run 24 hours every day. And if you are running phantom loads, you have to know that even when you shut those loads down, those loads will still be consuming power. I repeat, those loads will still be consuming power. So let's look at how electrical loads affect the size of a solar system. The type of electrical load is one of the factor that determine the size of a solar system. Most people don't understand that you don't just go to sites, do power audits, and you don't spell out the types of electrical loads that you have. We have been able to tell you the different types of solar system that we have and the different types of electrical loads that we have. So you should be able to understand this. Powering critical loads will require the solar system to run for 24 hours all the day or all day throughout the year, and this will definitely determine the design process. I have already said this. you need a very big storage to take care of critical loads. Though some critical loads might be of very little wattage, like your CCTV camera. If your CCTV camera is to be run, their wattage are not much. So we equally say powering inductive and resistive loads. Powering inductive and resistive loads require that the solar system should be appropriately sized to take care of this type of load. Inductive loads require your solar system size to be 3 times of the inductive load to take care of the such effects of the inductive load. And if you are powering resistive loads, you have to know that those loads consist of heating elements and they consume lots of power. Don't try to power them. In fact, powering inductive load is better than powering resistive loads at night. Inductive load, when they run, they stabilize and they return to their normal rating. But resistive loads, the heating element will finish your battery. So we will go into other things that affect the electrical load. So we are in module 8, and we can do justice that we have given you the basic foundation. We have given you the basic foundation that will help you understand how to go about power audits, how to know the different types of solar system that will be used, and how to design solar system. We will talk about design in detail. We started this class by talking about the different definition of some components, some concepts, historical perspective, and we have dwelt on this topic for a very long time. So we will move into a different thing, and we urge you to always follow up. Take your time, go through the modules, go through this training, go through these videos, watch them over and over, and ask questions in graduate school or in the discussion group that is for the paid student. If you are getting these videos using the back door, it's better you come up. Let us know you, let us certify you, let us give you exams, let us give you tests, let us mentor you, let us groom you, let us guide you by the hand, let us include you inside of the graduate school, so that you can really have a feel of what it means to be an engineer. When you are in the midst of other engineers that are talking about the solar system and they are having issues left, right, and center, they will be able to tell you, okay, this is this, this is that, this is this, this is how to do it, this is, so that when you meet challenges, you can communicate. You are not supposed to get this video through the back door. Come on. Investing in knowledge is the best thing you can ever think of. Invest in knowledge. Invest in knowledge. There is nothing, there is no better way of getting ahead of your of other people in your industry than investing in knowledge. Working with professionals, learning, research. So don't forget that this is Software Energy Academy, the training section of Software Energy Limited. In the course of our discussion, we have advised you to visit our website www.softwarelimited.com or asukas.com. You see all that training that we have. You can chat us up using the phone number here. We have advised you to get in touch with our textbooks. We have advised you to get in touch with our textbooks, get them, read them as if you are having exams tomorrow. It will really help you. There are some things we have not been able to cover in this video. So getting our textbook will help you unravel some of the mystery we have documented inside of the textbooks. Don't always depend on somebody. Try to go out there and do your research. try things out, and you gather experience. You gather experience as the day goes by. We plead with you to take this training very seriously. Ensure that you give the best. Give time for these videos, and please don't share this video with anybody. It's our right. If you share this video with anybody, you have breached the contract you have signed with Software Energy Academy. So please ensure that you don't share this video with anybody. It's not to be shared. It is our own products, our own intellectual property. This is our own intellectual property. So we urge you to do the needful. Come out and get this training from us. Let us groom you, let us guide you, let us give you what you need to succeed in the solar industry. Okay, let's take a closer look at module 9. What do we have for you in module 9? Module 9, let's consider electrical loads ratings. Electrical loads ratings is what we are considering in module 9. Electrical loads ratings. This will help you understand the size of each of the electrical loads. So let's look at electrical load ratings. The rating of an electrical appliance indicates the voltage at which the appliance is designed to work and current consumption at that voltage. When we are saying electrical load rating, we are talking about the power rating. And power, as we all know, is usually denoted by P is equal to IV. We will come to that. So power is equally the product of voltage and current. So when we say the rating of an electrical load, we are actually talking about the power rating of that particular electrical appliance or appliances. So electrical load rating will help you understand the rating, the power consumption of a particular electrical or electronic device. So these figures, we already showed you the nameplate before now. They are always written on the nameplate. These figures are usually displayed on a rating plate attached to the appliance. That is the nameplate. Example, if you say an electrical load is 220 volts, 5 amps. If you want to know the power rating of that electrical load, you will multiply 220 volts by 5 amps. It will give you the rating of that electrical load. The rating of an electrical load relates to the power it consumes. We have already said something about that. So what is an electrical nameplate? We already talked about nameplate, that it is the stamp. Every manufacturer will always give specification of how the electrical or electronic device will be used. So on the nameplate, you will always see the rating. We showed you this before now. So what is an electrical nameplate? This is a nameplate. This is a nameplate. This is a nameplate for this particular electrical. This is an MPPT charge controller. So this is the nameplate for it. So this is another device. This is the nameplate for it. So when we say nameplates, the information on the nameplate of an electrical load specifies the voltage at which the electrical load is meant to operate. The voltage and the current at which the electrical load is meant to operate. It defines the parameters for the electrical load, such as power factor. Most times when we get to solar inverter, we talk about power factor, efficiency, current at the rated voltage, and frequency. All these things are always on the nameplates. It specifies, and no other parameters, there are always on the nameplates. When the electrical load is used at other voltages than the voltage indicated on the nameplate, its performance will be affected. You might end up destroying the electrical loads. You might end up destroying the electrical load. So you have to always look at the nameplates to know the power it consumes and what have you. So whenever you look at the nameplate, we have already shown you the nameplates. We showed you the nameplates. Whenever you look at the nameplates of any electrical load, you will see it rated in watts. The nameplate of any electrical load will be indicated with the watts. And we know that, remember that watt is the unit of power. That merely informs you of the power consumption of such an electrical load. We have said this before. When you look at the electrical load, it will be rated in power, which is in watts. The unit of power is watts. If this is not available, maybe you check, you don't see it rated maybe 50 watt, 80 watt, don't worry. You will always be given the voltage and the current. And when you multiply the voltage and the current, it gives you the wattage. Simple. So if it is not rated in watt, don't worry. Cool down. When you look at the nameplate, you see the voltage and the current of the electrical load. And when you multiply it, you will see that it will give you the power rating of that particular electrical load. There are some electrical load that you see it is not rated in watts. You only see the voltage and the current. Let's see the nameplate we have here. You can see this is the input. This is the voltage range. This is the voltage range, and this is the current. This is the current. This is the voltage range. This one is the input voltage. This is the voltage range, and this one is already rated in watts. So, but there are some electrical loads that you will see the wattage is not given. This is the frequency. You have seen the frequency here. So, but there are some electrical loads you see, and the power rating, it will be rated in voltage and in current. So when you multiply the voltage and the current, it will give you the power rating, which is always in watts. So that will tell you the power consumption of the electrical load. If we say, whenever you look at the nameplate of any electrical load, you will see it rated in watts. Watt is the power, is the unit of power. That immediately informs you of the power consumption of such an electrical load. It tells you the power consumption of the electrical load. If this is not available, if you look at it and you have not seen the rating, the rated power of such an electrical load, the manufacturer will always include the voltage and the ampere. I have said that on the nameplate of the electrical load or electronic appliance. So those are the parameters you make use of to know the power consumption of any electrical load. The voltage and the current, if it is not written in watts. In summary, electrical loads are rated in watts. That is the unit of power. We already know that power, as we have been saying, is equal to current times voltage. Power is always current multiplied by voltage. P is equal to IV, where P is equal to power, I is equal to current, and V is equal to voltage. So P is equal to IV. P is equal to IV. P is equal to IV. Voltage and current gives you power. So P is equal to IV. So where P is equal to power, I is equal to current, then V is equal to voltage. If the electrical equipment is not rated in watts, don't worry yourself. You will be provided with the current and the voltage. We have already said this, consumed by the electrical equipment multiply the two parameters given, and that will give you the power consumed by the electrical equipment. So let's see typical wattage requirements of common household electrical appliances. Please consult our textbooks. We will not be able to exhaust it here. We will not be able to give you all the wattage of all the electrical household electrical appliances. So we can see household electrical load, household electrical loads, household electrical loads, household electrical loads, the unit watts, and it continues like that. So general household air conditioner 100 watts, air conditioner central. There are some that are for the room, there are some that are for central. So 350 watts. Alarm security is only 3 watts. Blow dryer, blender, can opener, coffee grinder, coffee maker, CD radio, CD player, cell phone charger, radio, telephone. Those are the electric. So consult our textbook and you see more of the rating of household equipment, the wattage of each of them, so that when you go for power audits, you will be able to professionally. You don't need to, in case you go, the rating is not there, you need to check the internet or check the textbook. So basically, when you go for power audits, we love giving our staff a template to go with. These templates will help them record everything. There's nothing like I did not remember, I forgot. Nothing like that, because for us to come and go to that site again or start making call, it will look unprofessional. It will look unprofessional for us to start asking the client, please check this for us, check this for us. That means we don't know what we are doing, so we don't do that. So when you go, we give you the templates to use when you are going for power audits. You don't just go for power audit without a template. You have to record everything so that you feel everything and bring it back to the house. So template for data collection during power audits. Electrical load information. This is for electrical load information, and we are still telling you refer to our textbook. That means there's other information we have not included here because of space. So a template that will help you understand how to document everything. This is the template, and we are going to analyze each of them. So the very first thing, as you can see here, Software Energy Academy. Software Energy Academy, Solar Installation 101. Site audits. This electrical other things will come up with them. Site audit, electrical, Software Energy Limited. Light up your well. Customers information. The very first thing you need to document is the customer information. The customer information. You have to document the customer information. So the very first thing there you have there is clients. You have, this is the row for clients. Then you have to fill the name of the clients here. Mr. Silvanus Sylvester Sabinus. Okay, so you have to document here the name of the client, site's full address. You have to document the name of that site. You have to document the name of that site full address, the address 202 Kotekpene Road, or the address name and the house number. Location, city, state, region, country. So you have to equally document it here. This is the row or column for the way you document. We are giving you the details here. So business type, is it residential? Is it for commercial purpose. So business type, you know the type of business that they are doing there. If it is residential, if it's a business center, a banking hall, a supermarket, a pharmacy, an hospital, a school. So business type. Primary contact person, name and phone number. In case we want to communicate, in case the company wants to call anybody, who will the company call? So you have to put the person's name here and phone number. You have to put the person's name here and phone number. Then consultant details, name, phone number and email. This is where our detail will come in. Subway Energy Limited, you put your phone number, you put the company email here, put Subway Energy Limited here, put our phone number, the company phone number, and you put the email of the company. You try as much as possible to ensure that this space will accommodate all those things. Then the dates that you visited the site, the dates that you visited the site. This was for customers information. And another thing we have here is serial number. This is where you will document all the electrical loads that you see on site. We will talk about each of them because I will need to expatiate on each of these. Serial number, item, location, condition, any plan for replacement, quantity, unit watts, total wattage, appliance operating hours, total watt hours. I will need to expatiate on all of them so that you get a fair knowledge, a fair understanding of what we are referring to. Don't forget that this is Subway Energy Academy, the training section of Subway Energy. Okay, let's continue with the table. We want to expatiate on the different columns that we have here. The serial number, the item, the location, the condition, any plan for replacement, quantity, unit wattage, total wattage, appliance operating hours, total watt hours. What do they mean? How do you document them? What do they mean first? Then how do you document them? So the very first one is the serial number. Please, I will not be able to go back to navigate back and forth. So you try and understand. Serial number talks about, in the column that you have the serial number, you number it vertically, 1, 2, number 3. Just put the numbers there. If you talk about maybe inverter is number 1, the next line your AC is number 1, the next one your laptop number 2, number 3 electrical load is what. So you have to number them serially. That is what it means, serial number. Then the next one is item. Item talks about the name, the column that we have item. That is where you write. Remember, when you write one is what? One is what? Maybe your laptop or your AC. That is item. That is the name of the electrical load. The name of the electrical load is where you fill it there. You fill it on that particular column. The name of the electrical loads are AC, water heater, laptop. Those are that is where you write the name of the electrical load. Then the next thing you have is location. Where is it located? Location. Where is it located? That is that location. Where is it located in the house? Is it in the toilet? Is it in the bathroom? Is it in the kitchen? Is it in the dining? Is it in the parlor? That is where is the electrical load located in that facility. Remember what facility is. When I say facility, I know now you are professional. So your house, where is it located in the house? So location, where is the electrical load located in the house? I'm showing you exactly what we do. and I advise you to do the same. So condition, when you go for power audit, there are some electrical loads that are no more functioning and the client is not using that electrical load again. I repeat, when you go for power audit, there are some electrical loads that are no more functioning, they are no more in use, and the client is not making use of those electrical loads again because they are not working. Then maybe because NEPA is not forthcoming and they abandon it. But when you go and fix solar, they will start enjoying solar 24 hours. They will remember that they had a faulty electrical load there. So they will say, I'm supposed to repair this thing. Like there is light, I have constant light. Sir, it will not work like that. So the reason you have to specify the condition is when we come for power audits, what we are considering the electrical loads that are currently working. So if any electrical load is faulty, you have to ask the client, please sir, I have seen this electrical load and it is no more working. When I install this solar system, will you go and repair or fix up this electrical load and use with this system? Let him answer you. Or will you buy another electrical load in place of this electrical load and use it? Let him answer you that question. Else, if you don't ask that question and if you don't take that into consideration and you design the system, install the system, when the client start using this using solar and start enjoying, it will tell you, sir, it will wait and you go ahead, go and fix the faulty electrical load, come and add to the load that you did not consider. You do not bring that into the design, you do not consider the rating, the wattage of that electrical load, and he is bringing it to the to power with the solar system. It will certainly affect the performance, the durability of the solar system. Okay, I have one cup of rice to go and eat myself. Let me just bring this scenario. I have one cup of rice. I'm hungry. I want to eat one cup of rice. Before I finish eating, I did not include that I will soon have a visitor. And before immediately I drop that pot down, I have a visitor enter my house. And it's not one, it's two. So what will happen? They will come and finish my food. So the same thing is applicable. When you are running your solar system, when you are designing the solar system, even ask him for future electrical load that he will include. Ask him, will you increase in 5 years time? Because I've told you categorically, professionally, that if your solar system is designed effectively, you will have to be sure that the next 10 years you will have nothing to worry about power. So ask your clients, in 10 years time, how will your electrical consumption be? Let him answer you. So you can ask him, should I include those loads, those future loads in this design? Because it's all about calculation. Okay, assuming he or she is having a faulty electrical load and you design the system and he said no, you will not be using it. When you finish installing the system, you went ahead, go and repair the system, come and go and repair the electrical load, come and start using it. It will affect the performance. So that is the reason you need to ask to know the condition of the electrical load. So condition is the electrical load in good or in bad condition. So that is that. Any plan for replacement, if bad, will it be replaced or will it be fixed and used? We have expatiated on this. Any plan for replacement, or you ask for increments in the electrical load. So quantity, we are in the column quantity now. You refer back to the video, or if you get the textbook, just follow us along. Quantity means how many. I have AC, how many are there? I have laptops, how many pieces of laptops? I have television, how many televisions? But remember, if you have some television, maybe your television is, some is 50 watts for example, and some are 100 watts, some are 50 watts, don't mind my English, sorry, some are 100 watts, you have to document them differently. The one with 100 watts, you give them a different column, a different row. The one with 50 watts, as the case may be. So quantity talks about how many are there in number. How many in number, that is quantity. Quantity talks about how many are you. Quantity, that is quantity. So that is the column for that. So we talk about unit watts. That is each of them, what is the wattage. We talk about nameplate. So you check the nameplate of each of them and you know exactly what to do. Unit watts. If it is 20 watts, you know, okay, this system is rated 20 watts. So total watts, when we say total watts, you have to multiply the quantity multiplied by unit watts will give you total watts. You say quantity multiplied by unit watts. If you go to that particular column, when we say total wattage, you have to check how many were there. There were 5. Each of them was 20 watts. That means total watt will be 5 times 20, which is 100. I don't know whether you are following me. We talk about serial number. Number is serial. Item, what is the name of the electrical load? Location, where is it located in the house? Condition, is it in good or in bad condition? Is it in good or in bad condition? Specify it. Each of the electrical loads, specify whether it's in good or in bad condition. Any plan for replacement in the future. Will the electrical load be replaced? Will the electrical load be replaced? That is what it means. Any plan for replacement. If bad, will it be replaced? And I have equally said that you have to ask the client about future electrical loads. Even though he doesn't remember to tell you, please, as a professional, ask. Quantity talks about how many are there in number. Then unit wattage talks about, when you check the nameplate, what is the rating of the electrical load. Then when you look at the total wattage, for you to have the total watt, you have to multiply the quantity times the unit watt. The quantity times the unit watt will give you the total watt. Quantity times what? The unit wattage will give you the total watt. If it is 5 in number and each is rated 20 watts, what will be the total watt? 5 times 20, 100 watts. So appliance operating hours. Each of these electrical load, how many hours will it be operated? How many hours will it be operated? How many hours will the load, how many hours will the load be operated with the solar system? How many hours? Is it 5 hours? Is it 10 hours? Is it 15 hours? And another thing you have to ask is the time of the day or night. Please don't forget the time of the day or night that the solar system, that the electrical load will be operated. Please ensure you ask the time of the day or night that the electrical load will be operated. We finish with appliance operating hours. How many hours a day will the electrical load be operated? When you finish with that, please don't forget to ask the time, because we already said that the time of the day or the time that the electrical load will be operated affect the design. If it will be operated during the day, we have sunshine, the intensity of the sun is there to do the charging. But if it will be operated at night, sir, you need to be very careful. So appliance operating hours talks about how many hours will the electrical load be operated. Then we talk about total watt hours. Total watt hours will multiply the total wattage times, when you multiply the total wattage of all the electrical loads, you multiply the operating hours. total operating hours. But remember, you have to be very careful. When we get to design, we will talk about this. So the total wattage multiplied by the operating hours will give you the total watt hours. If the operating hours is 20, 24, 25 or 30, when you sum all the hours, it is 30. It's even more than 24 hours in a day. So we know how we will manipulate that. If the hours is more than 25, we still know how to manipulate that. So, but your total watt hours will always give you the total wattage times the operating hours. So this particular, when you visit the textbook, you see that we have a place like this for subway energy representative. Kindly ensure that you are provided with all the necessary information, documents and pictures. So please, I forgot, we always have a picture gallery. I said that this is for the electrical information. We have for roof. We also have a template for roof. When you want to audit the roof, there's also a template, and we also have pictures gallery that you document the pictures you take from sites. So kindly ensure that you are provided with, so go there with a very sharp phone that you can take pictures. Kindly ensure that you are provided with all the necessary information, documents and pictures that are self-explanatory and will assist in proper solar system design. Kindly ensure that you are provided with all the necessary information, documents and pictures that are self-explanatory and will assist in proper solar system design. So that is what you have to do, and you have to say, okay, the name of the representative, from Subway Energy Limited. He will write his name because this is a contractual stuff. So our client will write his name, sign it, then our representative will equally write his name and sign it. The name of the representative, the position of the representative in the company, the phone number of the representative or the company phone number. Please, you put the company phone number because this job is handled by Subway. So you put the company phone number or the representative that is in charge of responding to the company's call. So the phone number, email address of the company, then the person will sign his or her signature, the dates. The person will sign his or her signature, the dates, email address, phone number, position, name of the company, position of the representative, phone number of the representative, email address of the representative, signature, dates of the power audit. Customer, we have already said something about this. Kindly ensure that you have verified the above electrical information and ensure that they are correct before signing these documents. We are telling you that this information is what we will use. That is the implication of what we are telling the client now. And this is a document that speaks for us, because every of our design, every of our interpretation will be based on this document. So it is not something you say, I didn't know. So customer, we say kindly ensure that you have verified the above electrical information and ensure that they are correct before signing this document. We are telling you categorically, write your name, the owner, are you the owner or a tenant, the phone number, email address, signature and dates. When you sign this, that means you have assented to the data or that our student or our representative took from your site. And every of our design will be best on this. Though we will still ask you certain questions. We will still ask you certain questions that will enable you. Maybe some questions that is you and the company. We will still ensure that we ask you those questions, and you provide us with answers, and that will help us know exactly what to do. So an assignment, because we will start designing the solar components. So in your facility, one of the reasons we promise you is when you join our training, you will be able to design solar system in your facility. So in your facility, some people call it apartment or room you are residing, fill the table provided above, that is the table we gave before, appropriately without leaving any space blank. Remember to put the time of usage, because I forgot to include that one, the time, whether it will be operated at during the day or at night. So we say fill the customer's information as provided on the table, example, client name, site address, location of the site, business type, etc. So list all the electrical loads accordingly and specify the name of the electrical load. We told you how to do that. We say from the information above, do the following. What is the peak sun hours in your location? We might not bother you with that, so we will include the peak sun hours in the location. So we say specify the location of the item or items in your facility. Let us know where they are located. State the condition of the electrical load. Is it good or bad? You have to do that. If any electrical load is bad, is there any plan for future replacement? So you have to let us know that. Specify the quantity of each of the electrical load. AC is how many, television is how many, laptop is how many, fridge is how many, and other electrical load that you have. Specify the unit watt of each of the electrical load. You have to let us know the unit watt of each of the electrical load. Specify the total watt of that particular type of load in your facility. If it is AC, if it is 500 watts and you are having 500 times 5 is what? So specify the total watt of that particular type of load in your facility. On average, how long in hours do you use each of the electrical loads? How long will you use? That is, what is the duration of usage of each of the electrical loads? We need all this information. What is the total watt hours of each of the electrical loads? What is the total watt hours? So we say hints. Total watt hours is equal to total watt times hours of usage. Total watt hours talks about total watt hours will give you, total watt hours is total watt times hours of usage. So we say add all the total watt hours in the last column to give you your energy. And we say energy consumption in your facility. Add all the total watt hours in the last column to give you your energy consumption in your facility. What is the peak sun hours in the location? We say, well, if you are able to do this, congratulations. If you are able to fill the form, the power audit template successfully, this is exactly what we need. We say that notes, the information you have provided is what we will use to design the size of the solar system that will power your electrical loads in your facility. We are telling you, see, it's in red. We are saying that the information you have provided is what we will use to design the size of the solar system that will power your electrical loads in your facility. So we say the information will help us determine the size of the solar system. The information will help us determine the size of the solar system. And after that, the information you provide will help us determine the battery bank And the information you equally provided will help us determine the number of solar panels that we will need during the solar system installation. The information you provided will equally help us determine the size of the charge controller. So if you are providing, we talk about data interpretation, wrong data collection, wrong data interpretation. So if you give us wrong information, we will give you wrong design. So it is your place to give us, if we don't visit your site and we are delegating that responsibility that you are in charge. So please ensure that we have a special template for roof information and site general information. So we make it available as well. So, and other solar accessories that we use for the system installation. So we will tell you to measure the distance from one powerhouse to where we will mount the solar panels, from the powerhouse to your DB and other things. If you need us to add some other lighting features and other things, so we'll ask you other things. So we will be able to size the solar system. If you are living in a 3-story or 4-story building, that means we will need scaffold. We will need scaffold to use for the installation. So we always advise that distance is not a barrier. Distance will not always be a barrier. With our step-by-step approach, when we go into installation proper, you get to understand that we are giving you the nitty-gritty, the secrets that we use in the solar industry. We cannot do this and we still have a failed system installation. So distance is not a barrier. Anywhere you are in the world, we reach the world. You can stay anywhere in the world, and with our step-by-step approach, we train you and certify you as a professional solar system installer. When you might have fulfilled all the requirements, we will certify you. And we can stay anywhere and instruct you on how to carry out any task, and you follow same and we still get the same result. So distance is not a problem, in as much as you are able to communicate with us through this video. When we get to the practical aspects, you will see a step-by-step approach how solar system installation is done, how solar system installation is done, how connection is done, how solar panels are mounted, and every other thing surrounding this installation. You get to learn professionally from the professionals, and you are close to us. It is only when you finish with our online paid training that you can access our physical training. This is to give you the rudiment, the foundation, because we will not have that time to come to the office and be training you every day. So if you are to follow us to site, please enroll into this online training first. Get the gist, ask your question. Let's learn how to design system. Let's learn the nitty-gritty surrounding the solar industry. So Software Energy is a global brand with the vision to train you professionally in the power generation business. Solar is a big business, and we advise you to take the bold step and do the needful. Follow those who know road. I say what? Follow those who know road. So if you are interested in joining the next level of the training, you call or WhatsApp. Well, depending on whether we are giving this training for free or it's part of the paid version, anytime, any moment, you can always visit our website www.softwarelimited.com. www.softwarelimited.com. If you want to check out on other courses that we have, you can always log into www.asukas.com and you will be attended to.